Good evening, everyone. I'm Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf, also known as Ron. And I want to thank you guys for being here. We're here to stream some eveonline. I apologize, I got some construction going on. So I will probably trying to mute when any of that drilling is going on. So it's not very much, but just wanted to let you know. Anyway, without further ado, let's get switched over here. I'm already in the middle of my dailies. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. We'll get these taken care of. And that'll take care of that. Then we can get on to some other more important things, maybe some event stuff, whatever. Oh, got a headache today. Actually went to bed really late. Really late since we moved here. We've been usually getting to bed between 9 and 10. Last night it was after midnight before we finally fell asleep, so. If any of you are out there, say something. See anybody on yet? Rovin Doug looks like he's in there. Omega, good to see ya. Need to actually add Omega to the VIP channel.
Warp drive active.
Omega's actually streaming, so the fact that he's in there is pretty amazing. So community roles manager and new. There he is. VIP. All right.
Warp drive active.
I see Rovin Doug's connected. He's probably lurking. I know he was just getting ready to go on vacation, so we'll have to see how that's going. Like I said, I got some construction going on here, so if the drill goes off, I'll just mute. Everything will be fine. So apologize in advance. Since there's nobody on yet, I guess it don't make much difference. So, but anyway, we're gonna dock here, finish this up.
Warp drive active.
This will take care of our dailies. And what we'll do is we'll try to scan down some sites. See if we can do some event stuff. I did not log in yesterday at all, so.
Docking permission requested.
Yeah, but I didn't get logged in yesterday at all. I had a meeting in the morning with a family member that sold us the land
Docking request accepted.
in order to see about getting our paperwork taken care of, which seems like that's gonna be okay. They keep trying to assure us that we can build without the paperwork, which we know we're not too fond of that idea. Makes us more susceptible to being taken advantage of. Jackson, what's up, buddy? What's up, buddy? Good to see ya. Good to see you. I was just saying ain't nobody here, but now you're here, so nobody else matters. Good to see you. don't know if you guys can hear that drilling. It actually is pretty light this time, so I'm going to go ahead and leave the microphone on. So just got back from visiting Mom. Oh, how's she doing? How's she doing? Always good news. Always good news. Though I'm sure the drive is getting old. How's the job hunt going? You were looking for something closer to her. See if you could get that accomplished. So better today. Brought her home a home cooked meal and ate with her. Excellent. Excellent. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. So yeah, I mentioned earlier, I don't think anybody was on, but I've got some construction going on here today. Job hunt still blows. Yep. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. I just finished up my dailies here. I'm going to try and do some event sites. Try and find some event sites. See what we can find. A couple signatures here. So, at least it's not winter anymore. Yep. Yeah, that makes it a little easier on the drive. Yeah, and I don't know if you guys can hear that drilling. Like I said, I think he's doing the opposite end of the house right now, so that probably not hearing it. The microphone's pretty good about picking it up. Okay, good. Thanks. Yeah, he was doing in the room right next to me a couple minutes ago, and it was really loud. So they're putting in curtains. So, thank you for that. Appreciate it, Jackson. Yeah, they're putting in curtains. Installing power strips. I got power strips I got laying all over the place, and yeah, so getting the place looking nice. I actually was finally able to shave, though I had to shave with cold water. So on my phone, there you go. And I had to shave with cold water, so I ended up cutting myself a couple times, which is the first time that's happened in many years. And so yeah, but I didn't have any mirrors in the house until recently. So yeah, my brother-in-law, he's kind of helping us out, installing a bunch of stuff. And so yeah, so he's working today. He's working on getting the rest of the curtains installed. He got all the mirrors installed a couple days ago. A couple power strips, bunch of stuff. Yeah, bunch of stuff. Put together. My wife's into a big shelving unit bonanza. We have like, I don't know, 20 shelving units that we bought and that we're putting together. I think we've got like 7 left put together. 7, maybe 9. So we probably got about half of them put together so far. She's putting shelving units everywhere. So yeah, so that's been interesting. And my brother-in-law's like a machine, so he throws them together super quick, where it takes me forever to get them together. So yeah, so it's kind of nice. But he's been a huge help. So I saw the beard. You should keep it scary American. Yeah, the wife was not a fan. She's not a fan at all. She's not a big facial hair one, so she was definitely not a fan. So and I told her, well, I can't shave till I have a mirror. So she made sure the mirrors got installed very quickly. So, and then when I shaved, I cut myself up pretty bad. So it's the cold water didn't expand my face the way it normally does, or shrink my face. I don't know what it is. Didn't get as close to shave as I normally do. So, but it got the job done. So got her off my back. So. But yeah, big scary American. Yeah. Plus, it's too hot here to be wearing a beard, to be perfectly honest. So, all right, let's go out and see what we can find. Let's go ahead and collect these. Actually, let me switch over to Craig and collect his too while we're at it. Make sure everybody's good. So yeah, she's never been a big fan. When her and I met, I had a mustache that I had spent several years growing. It was still pretty cheesy, and that was the first words out of her mouth. That's got to go. And I shaved it. So, yeah, not a facial hair fan at all. So, at all. So, all right. So, let's see. Do we have any signatures here? We do have a couple signatures here. Excellent. Excellent. Ah, I hate when it does this stuff and puts me all over the place.
Warp drive
Of
active.
course, that's what I get for putting it down the bottom corner. But yeah, oh well. Happy wife, happy life. So, or so they say. I don't know that I've accomplished that yet, but oh, I am supposed to get my desk tomorrow. I'm super excited about that. Because this one is not working out well. So this one is way too small. So it'll be really good to get that taken care of. So yeah. So once I get it, I'll post some pictures. Because I think that's going to be a pretty nice. You guys saw the throne. So. And I haven't brought it up here yet because this desk is so small. The throne kind of towers over it. So it definitely wouldn't work out well with the situation I've already got going on. So. Should be back informed by Monday. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, we actually had, we didn't have that many on Monday night for the mining event, but we had Omega and we did kind of a dual stream, which was pretty cool. First time I've ever done that. And so that was really nice. So yeah, Omega 23 Gamma was on and we did a dual stream and that worked out really well. So yeah, so we'll have to see about doing that again. Sunday will suck though, so I definitely won't be around that. No worries, no worries. That's probably, is that when you're driving back? So yeah. This one's a combat site. Not what I'm looking for. Let's see. Omega's good peeps. Yep. Yeah, we had a lot of fun. Took us a while to get it set up correctly. Once we got it set up right, it worked out really well. So that was cool. And now that we've done it once, it makes it a lot easier to do it again. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, what else? Yeah, driving back early, have to work and stay late for inventory to boot. Ah, that sucks. Spring inventory, yep. Yeah, that sucks. But that should be overtime pay, right? That should be overtime pay, which will be nice. Nope. Oh man, that sucks. Yeah, that's not good. Wormhole doesn't buy me nothing. Salary people don't get overtime. Yeah, that's the way I was too. That's why they got 70 hours a week out of me, was because I was salary, so made it so much easier for them to rob me blind. But now that's all behind me. So loving, so far, loving the retired life. Though we'll see once the initial nest egg kind of goes by. I still haven't got My 401k provider still has not considered me separated from my company yet, even though I haven't worked for a couple weeks. But I did get paid last week, so that's probably part of it. But they said 2 to 3 pay periods, so that's gonna probably put me at least a couple months out. So we'll see how that goes. Once I get the disbursement set up, then that'll be a lot better. So plus some of those disbursements will go towards building the house, so need to have those set up for that as well. So yeah, so that makes all the difference. So Trip D, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. So when you coming back to the US? Yeah, exactly. Hoping to not come back. There is some rumors that I might have to come back to sign up for Social Security, but hoping that's not the case. Or hoping by the time I need Social Security, which won't be for another several years, that won't be the case. So, but yeah, that'll be an interesting thing to go through. So, going to file our permanent resident visa application here in the next couple weeks. My wife will be sponsoring me as a permanent resident, so that should be good. Excited for that. Oh, it's a sleeper site. Excellent. Somebody already here? Nobody's here. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Can't believe I actually got it. First one. See if we can complete it before somebody shows up. I have still yet to find. Oh, so the mining site I just saw. We have one here. So yeah, when you look, they show up here as this small triptyrionite. There's 2 of them in Ufine. So yeah, so that's kind of nice. So why we're not approaching? Come on, there we go. At least if I start it, they should leave me alone. So I'll take that. Take that. Seems I ran into it. There she is. Miss America. Alright. I'll take it. Unlock. Lock. Approach. Looks like I didn't clear it out from the last one. Hope I don't lose it. So I gave up. CCP really fudged this event in my opinion. I don't know about that. The last one I had a lot of trouble with until I waited until everybody else was done. Once everybody else was done, I was able to really pick up stuff and I had no problems. So yeah, I just think the way they do it is kind of, but like today, I mean, this is the first one. I've actually done pretty well, so, but we'll see how the rest of the day goes. Man, come on. Crap. Did absolutely nothing. Come on, man. All right, come on. There she is. It's gonna blow up. Well, that sucks. Yeah, I suppose, but waiting 2 weeks is kind of lame. Yeah, yeah. I agree. It is kind of a crock, but it's kind of the way they seem to have set all these up, is to make it really impossible to try and get things right off the bat, so... Oh, come on. What the hell, man? I mean, this is just a level 1. I can't believe I actually got that one. Alright. Also allow marauders into the high-sec combat sites is lame. I agree. I agree. I wonder if I exit this one. Let's try that. Stop. Stop. In the name of love. Let's go to spot and UV.
Warp drive active.
And then I'm going to come back. Oh, it doesn't show up. Oh, crap. So I already started it, so it didn't. Crap. That backfired. Oh, well. Oh, well. Yeah, that really backfired. All right. Ah. Exploration, cosmic signatures. Image system, we got those. 2 signatures, 5 signatures. Let's go there. I like 5 signatures.
Warp drive active.
I like 5. Yeah, but letting the marauders in, I agree. That is a pretty bad one. So yeah, what are you gonna do, right? If I had a nickel for every time CCP did something stupid, I wouldn't have to pay for my
Warp drive active.
license every month. That's for sure. Right, have the money to pay for it, maybe. Yeah, that was one of the reasons I left so many times over the past 20 years was because of them doing stupid stuff. So, but they've come a long way with the events. They used to be completely worthless. Now, at least, they've got a little bit of possibilities. Maybe we'll find another relic site here. Let me know if you start hearing that drilling. I'll start muting the microphone. That one's a little louder than the last one. Chose the wrong one. Chose the wrong one. I hate when I do that. Got an itch in my ear. This is really getting ridiculous. All right, I think I'm back. Are you guys there? This internet thing is really getting ridiculous. Sorry about the drops. It's really starting to frustrate the hell out of me. So. Come on. I lost a client as well, so.
Connecting.
You guys there? Speak to me, Goose. Speak to me. You might have to reconnect. Be pissed off about this crap. Unfortunately, I'm on the waiting list for Starlink, which is my next best option, and that hasn't come through. There's Jackson. Thanks, Jackson. Can you hear me? Still here. No, you're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. No, you're good. I apologize because it's my internet that's causing the problem. So, but yeah. Yeah, it's getting very old. Despairlucio, good to see ya. I haven't seen you since I've been back, so it's great to see ya. Yeah, this internet's getting old. Yes, I did. So I am in the Philippines, fully functional in the Philippines, other than the minor cutouts of the internet a couple times a stream. So, which is frustrating to say the least. but they usually come back in about a minute. So I think I'm probably maxing out the circuit, and so it's resetting, which is causing that. So I am on the waiting list for Starlink. Unfortunately, they've given me no way to find out where I am on the waiting list for Starlink or what the ETA is. I've been very disappointed in the customer service from my buddy Elon Musk. So, but yeah, so rumor has it from one of my other streamer friends, vlogger friend, that you can actually go to the mall now and get Starlink. So we're gonna take a look at that and see if that's something we can do. Because once I get the equipment, I don't think it matters. So weird. I don't know what happened. I must have clicked on something else. So yeah, so that's what we're trying to work out now. But yes, I am fully in the Philippines, San Juan, Batangas, province just south of Manila. It's about 100 degrees here every day, give or take. Hasn't been below 95 yet for the hottest part of the day. Yesterday was 98. But yes, it's it's an adjustment. But did rain overnight, not last night, but the night before. And when it rained overnight, that actually caused it to be cooler in the morning, which was really nice. It was like 75, which is the lowest it's been since I've been here. But as soon as the sun came up, it shot up to 95, 96. So yeah, so it was short-lived, but it was nice. I actually got up yesterday morning, took the dog out, and it was kind of pleasant. And I thought, wow, that's kind of nice. So yeah, so. But the dog did make the weight on the airline. Yeah, that was a huge one I was worried about. She made the weight. She actually did very well on the trip. She did not go to the bathroom for over 36 hours, which was kind of concerning. But she seems to be back to normal now. Got her on a pretty good schedule. But so that's working out. And yeah, we're just living the dream. Retired at 57. Living in a tropical paradise with my smoking hot wife. And living the dream. We went yesterday and met with the guy that a family member we bought the land from. The land's fully paid for. We just have to get the paperwork in our name. And so that's been an interesting process. And so we're working through that. And then we're gonna start building our house. So, and I will keep you guys apprised and updated as that goes through. So, there's 3. This is a high sec for 3. Let's jump there.
Warp drive active.
Maximize my chances. But yeah, right now I did my dailies for the day, and right now we're just trying to do event sites. So we found one so far, and I screwed it up. Had one node blow up on me, and I left the site in order to try and come back into it and get more points, and didn't save the site, so wasn't able to get the last node. So I got 2 out of the 4. But I got the points for the form, so that was good. So, learn from my mistakes, but
Warp drive active.
yeah, what else? So yeah, I saw our property for the property we're going to build on. I saw it for the first time yesterday. That's the first time I've ever seen it. Nice big property, exactly what I was looking for. So that's been really nice. We've had it cleared. My wife says we've only had it cleared once, but I know for a fact we paid to have it cleared at least twice. And of course, it's completely overgrown again. So we're going to pay to have it cleared for a third time, which is a little frustrating. What's up, Dark Slider? Good to see you. And so yeah, but yeah, seems like things are progressing. The brother of my brother-in-law is who we bought the property from, and he assured us we could start building on it even now with just a deed of sale, which I think he's probably correct, but that makes us a little more vulnerable. So we're going to try and get the other one worked out. But they're actually trying to rezone the property, which they don't do here very often. You can build on the property no matter how it's zoned. But they are trying to rezone the property as residential, and I guess that takes quite a while. So that's kind of one of the stopping blocks because we can't do anything else while that's on it. So I found one and I screwed it up. So I guess, yeah, I guess I'm having better luck. I'm having better luck finding them, not so much better luck completing them, but I did get some points, so that's pretty much what I was going for. Not so worried about the loot as I was about getting the points. So yeah, so there was that. So, but yeah, so we're pretty excited. Like I said, it was first time I saw the property yesterday, and it is so it's roughly a half an hour from here, give or take with traffic. It was a half an hour to get there at 7 o'clock in the morning, and it was roughly like 36 minutes to get back at like 10 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, so seems like it's roughly about a half an hour, which is kind of nice. That's what the wife had told me when we started renting this place. But then my family member, so my brother lives 5 minutes from our property, my brother-in-law, and so that's kind of good. And so they had told me it was closer to an hour, and so I guess if it's a bad traffic day, then that makes sense. But yeah, we made it in a half an hour and then 36 minutes back. It is 7 minutes from the beach. So when we build our house, it'll be 7 minutes from the beach, which is really nice. Unfortunately, all the beach property has been swooped on by foreigners, Chinese, Japanese. I think there was even one American that was in the mix, and they're building resorts on the beach property. There's only one section that's left that is considered public. And so no mining tonight. Nope. Yeah, no mining tonight. I was gonna say I might do some event mining, but I haven't gotten that one back on my list, so I think I have to build something before I get that one back. So yeah, no event, no mining tonight. I mean, we could probably do it if you guys wanted to. I was about to go to UP, and yeah, we could probably do it if you want to. I'm trying to get these event sites, and so far not so good. I found one early and then screwed it up, and so now I'm trying to track down some more, but it's like herding cats. Everybody seems to be a little quicker than me on finding them. So I did not. I did not. I did not. I'm pretty fearful of any of those wormhole activities. You're way braver than me, so every time I'm in a wormhole, I'm very single focused, trying to get in, get done what I'm doing, and get out where somebody kills me. So yeah. So I haven't planned on it, but that may be what it comes to. So yeah. So that's still always on the possibility on the horizon. So this might be another sleeper site, which would be pretty cool. Or it just may be a regular relic site. So, but yeah, I fly cheap too, so I understand that. I resemble that remark. So, all right, so let's gather these up and go see if anybody's already here.
Warp drive active.
And actually, I'm gonna save this just for the heck of it. Yeah, it's a reckoning site. Excellent. Of course, if I save it, somebody will be here. So, but we'll see. Yep, somebody's already here. But I got the reward for entering it. So, all right. Well, so much for that. All right. So there's the 3 signatures. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. Let's go to this guy. Alright.
Warp drive active.
That is the way. The redoubt is busier than the others as of last week. Okay. Yeah, I think they're all pretty busy right now, and that's one of the things I was waiting on, is kind of let some of it die down and then see about. Because that's what I did with the last one. So yeah, so in Jackson, here's another Tyrannite deposit. So if you look for these markers, they pretty much show those deposits. The problem is you have to actually build something. Drifter wormhole filament. You have to build something with the minerals that you harvest before you can get any points for doing the next one. So there is very little solo content. Yeah. Yeah, and that's kind of normal. I mean, they're trying to make it a thing. The hack sites drop the recipe for. Oh, do they? Oh, then I may already have one. Yeah, I've gotten quite a bit from the relic sites, but I didn't see it. Actually, let's check. No, that's not what I wanted. I want this. Oh, maybe that's it. There you go. There it is right there. Yep. So you're absolutely right. So yeah, so I can go ahead and build that. So unfortunately, the station that we currently are sitting in Eufene is not a construction station, so I gotta find one. So, hypothesis. I love my hypothesis. All right. Maybe I'll give that to Rage. Rage against the dying of the night. Filaments make entering the drifter holes easy for a few weeks until the next phase. Okay, cool. Alright, let's go here and here.
Warp drive active.
Right. There's only one? It said there were 2. I guess the other one was a relic site, because it's gone. Oh well. The blueprints for the resident half-life are limited to take 15 minutes to build, but the filaments take 2 hours. Okay. There is a trick to getting into unidentified wormhole I learned that is less risky but very technical. Okay. Well, maybe I'll have you show me one day. We'll do it together. Because that worked out really well the last time. I'm more of a learn by doing anyway. So, what are the amplifiers and limiters? Are they keys to access group combats? I don't. Yeah, I don't know. It's the first I've heard of them. So Dark Slider might be able to answer that. Wormhole. Yeah. Yeah, we'll let Dark Slider answer that. So Dark Slider, what are the amplifiers and limiters? What are they for? Nismo just came online. Yeah, maybe we lost him. My numbers did just drop all of a sudden. There he is. Those blueprints also dropped from the relic sites. Yeah, but what are those for? What are the amplifiers and limiters? What do they do? What do they accomplish? Let's go back to home. Exploration. Cosmic signatures. 1, 2, 5. Let's go there. 5 is good. 5 is good. I like 5. I was good. So they're used to either increase or decrease the difficulty and loot drops in the wormhole combat sites. Oh, okay, cool. Well, that's pretty good. Yeah, and I haven't done the combat sites yet. That's another one that I did bring the Megathron out here for that reason. So you make them, then take them with you into the event sites. Cool. Okay. Well, that's pretty good. What do we got here? Here's one. Let's go ahead and scan it down, just for kicks and whistles. Interference because I'm temporarily cloaked. Which is the biggest pain in the butt there is. At least from a scanning perspective. Because it'd be nice to be able to stay temporarily cloaked while I'm scanning, so. But you can just make them and sell them on the market. People are buying them. Oh, that's a good one. Okay. Just another way to get points for the rewards. Just make a huge batch of tuna casserole. Yeah, there you go. Come on. Casserole. What's up, Kickin'? Good to see you. How's the heat? It's still here. We got up to 98 yesterday, and it looks like it might top that today. This is a relic site. Excellent. Maybe this worked out. Wasn't planning on stopping here, but. So yeah, good to see you guys. Appreciate you guys being here. These guys up. Fly to this. Crumbling Surturpus, and so it's just a regular. It's just a regular relic site. So yeah, exactly. She actually was on Discord. She actually set some people up on Discord overnight, but I haven't seen her in the stream for a while. So. So we'll just do regular relic sites. I didn't check what level this was. I'll take that. There we go. Ooh, what's that? I've never found that before. Actions online. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, she's been pretty much MIA here in Eve for quite a while. So ever since she switched corpse, not really sure what's going on. Just gonna coast in on this one. Why'd you give it to me? Weird. There it is. There it is. And nothing. Big fat nothing. So yeah, but yeah, pretty excited since I finally got to see the land yesterday. That was the first time I got to see it. It is overgrown, so I'm gonna have to have it cleared again. We do have another tree on it that is the expensive wood that they're making my desk out of. So yeah, so it went well. It went really well. I got to see it first time I got to see it, so it was really nice. They are, and I'm not sure why, never quite got that information, but they are rezoning the land as residential, which they never do here. So it's kind of strange. But I'm not really sure why they're doing it. There's really no reason to do it. But yeah, so that's kind of going on. And that's the big negative because we don't know how long that's going to take. So they've assured us that we can start building on it even as it is, and that that's not a big deal. We were already aware of that, but we're not really comfortable building on it until the paperwork is in our name to be safe, because they want to make sure you don't start a corp on it. Yeah. Well, it's weird. Because, so we're buying the property from my brother-in-law's brother, okay? And so he, he's built on the property. So he owns a big area there, and he's built on, one of the lots. And that's where his house is. And so, and it's all zones agricultural, so you can build on it even when it's agricultural. Nobody seems to care, which here in America, there in America, if it's zoned agricultural, of course you can't get a permit to build a residence on it. And so, but here that doesn't seem to be the problem. So of course money talks, bullshit walks. So here, you can pretty much get anything you need with a couple extra dollars. So But yeah, so it's kind of interesting because that was quite a bit different than what we were thinking. So yeah, so for some reason they went ahead and started the process to rezone it, and now the rezoning, division is pretty much saying, well, we don't know how long it's going to take. And so you really can't do anything else while it's being rezoned. So I mean, we could build on it. That's not the issue. We just can't have our title done while it's being rezoned. So, and so that's kind of, so it's kind of strange why they went that route anyway. And so, but since he's already built his house, and he has a very nice house there, he's already built his house and didn't have it rezoned, so wasn't any reason to rezone it, but I guess they decided they should rezone it. And so now it is a whole development. He's wanting to sell the other properties in the development. So far, ours is the only one that has been sold. So from that perspective, maybe that's something because of future considerations for him to be able to sell it. And so, but yeah, it was kind of interesting because it was kind of like, well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it is what it is, and not a damn thing I can do about it. So, did find out that we had already paid. So we got the land because, that's a long story, but he owed the land to his brother, and so we bought the land from his brother, my brother-in-law, and so he's just really the one making the. Taking care of, getting it solidified and all that. So we're all paid for the land and we got it dirt cheap. But now there's another cost for this and that. And so that's a crumbling serpentis. I'm not going to bother with it. So, all right. But yeah, there's another cost for this and that. And so that's kind of frustrating because it's like, okay, well, we had pretty much already paid for everything. So, but yeah, there's a cost to transfer the title, and they really can't tell us what that cost is. It's in the ballpark, and then supposedly we owe tax on it, which was like, okay, my wife's pretty sure we've already paid the tax, and I said, well, we got the land so cheap, do we really want to nitpick, make an enemy over a small amount of money? So yeah, so there was a bunch of things there that was just kind of like, hey, what's going on here? So. But it wasn't anything that was drastically out of order. So yeah, cheap, fun, yeah. So, and because it's family, I mean, we got it super cheap. So it's like, well, I don't want to take advantage of that. So, but then of course, on the other hand, we said, okay, well, he's going to take care of the paperwork for us. So he said, well, we want to pay you for taking care of the paperwork. He said, oh, you don't need to do that. Yeah, but you want us to pay all this other money. And so it's kind of like, okay. So yeah, so I said, okay, well, we'll count that as our payment to you. And so yeah, so it's kind of one of those. It's kind of, yeah, not completely kosher, but yeah. So it's been interesting because yeah, it's we have another property that we actually bought about 15 years ago. We started paying on it and we paid it off over 5 years ago. And it took us over 5 years to get the title. And then, yeah, exactly. Now that would be nice. That would be awesome. That's actually not a bad idea. I may have to look into that. But but yeah, that one we bought from a developer and paid it off, and it took us over 5 years to get our title because we were in America, and they just made us jump through so many hoops to try and get our title. We finally got it, like a month before we came, and so we're now selling that property, which is helpful because we have the title. You can't sell it without the title, so that was good, but. So when he said, hey, let's just wait to move the title to your name, to my wife's name, until you get here, we were like, okay, we understand that because we know we went through such a big hassle with the other place. So it does seem to be a problem when you're a foreigner and trying to do things out of state or out of country. And so yeah, so that kind of worked. But they didn't tell us. That's another crumbling serpentis. So yeah. So they didn't tell us that they were going to be rezoning the land. And of course that no one knows how long that'll take. So that's kind of frustrating. But, it is what it is. So, like I said, there's not a damn thing I can do about it. So yeah. But opening a micro center, that's not a bad idea, Kickin. We might be onto something there. Might be onto something. That would definitely, definitely be a good one. I can make a ton of money. Problem is, the Filipinos don't have any money, so they wouldn't be able to buy. Let's do this. They wouldn't really be able to buy computer parts. It'd be great for the foreigners, which you can make enough money off the foreigners. That's not a problem. There's quite a few foreigners here. And they would definitely travel for a micro center. Heck, I know I would. So yeah, we might be on to something there, Kicking. I'll have to put you in as halves on it when I do that, so. But yeah, so it sounds like everything's in order. Everything's better than I thought, because I was kind of expecting it to be, you know, a bad situation. And so it's actually better than I thought, so that was kind of nice. When we first got there, he started the conversation with the, like, you know, the full history of the land and this, that, and the other, and I was like, okay, why is he doing this? And my wife said, we talked about it later, she said the same thing. She's like, yeah, I was wondering why he was doing that too. I was like, I was thinking that he had bad news for us, and it wasn't where we wanted it to be, but it's actually right where he had told us it was. And so we're in pretty good shape. And so yeah, we got to pay some money, of course, to get stuff done, and we've got to wait until the zoning is done, the rezoning, which no one seems to know how long that's going to take. But at least from that perspective, it looks like it's, you know, it's right where we want it to be. And so our lot has its own title, and it's in his name. So it'll be very simple once the rezoning is done for us to get it transferred to my wife's name. So it just costs money. And it actually should only take a couple weeks. The problem is we just don't know how long the rezoning is going to take. So, like I said, I'm really unsure of why they decided to do the rezoning, you know, right before we arrived. But since he built his house with it zoned agricultural, so the rezoning doesn't really seem to matter. So, but it is what it is, and so nothing I can do about it. So, but yeah, we're gonna start. So we had contacted our architect before we left America and said, hey, we're headed to the Philippines, and we want to meet with you. Because the last thing he owes us is our paperwork, in a physical form. Okay, I have everything electronically, and so yeah, it's kind of funny because my wife said, "Hey, I'm going to be in Manila. Why don't you contact the architect and see if he can get us the paperwork, and then I'll give him his final payment." And I'm like, "Oh, I'm sure he would love that." So we contact him and you know, said, hey, she's going to be there in the next 2 days, blah, blah, blah. He's like, yeah, I don't think I can get the paperwork together in that amount of time. And I'm like, what do you mean you can't get the paperwork together in that amount of time? We told you several weeks ago that, you know, that we were coming and that's what we wanted. And surely you want to get your last payment. So, you know, and he's like, yeah, it'll probably take me more than a couple days to get the paperwork printed and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay. And so my wife was pretty pissed. But once again, is what it is. So yeah, so we're waiting on that. So agency says, go here. There's 4 belts for you. 1 jump away in the system, no belts. So they're not belts. You got to go. There's a marker. So here, like I showed you on the other one, go here. When you look on the system overview, if you're using hers, and this one doesn't have one, but there'll be a beacon here that says triumphant whatever. So they're not actual belts. Yeah, so that's where it is. You see it in the overview, but not in anything else. So yeah, so. All right, so what are we doing here? All right, so that one's a relic site, and that is a reckoning relic site. So let's go do that. Come on, please, please, please don't have anybody in it.
Active.
Yes. Oh, lots of bugs. Come on, it's CCP. But yes, they show up. If you look on the system overview, I don't know if you're using blossoms or not, so you might be. But you can look in the all. There's a marker for it, a beacon for it. And you just go to the beacon. So CC please. Yeah, it took me a while to figure it out. I see now. Okay, cool. Oh, nobody here. Excellent. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. All right. Oh, my goodness gracious. My rear end. This plastic chair is killing me. Of course, I don't know. Pretty sure the hardwood chair would be a little worse. But like I said, it sits up about here. So, and I can't get my camera any higher until I get my new desk. So where is the land at? Oh, so the land is actually, it's only a half an hour from where we are right here. So it's still in San Juan Batangas. So it's actually the barangay is called Imelda Batangas. So, which is a suburb, I guess, of San Juan, I guess you'd call it. So, yeah. And it's Imelda. Imelda here. Yeah. And so yeah, so that's where it's located at. Sorry, Kickin. I saw your where at and I wasn't sure what you were referring to. So but yes, it's really close, which has been nice. My wife had told me it was a half an hour away, which I think she was telling me to appease me because I wanted to be as close as possible. And then my in-laws, so my brother-in-law, one of my brother-in-laws, lives just 5 minutes from our property. And so that's going to be huge for us. So there's an emission amplifier. Cool, cool, cool. But yeah, so I has Tranonite. There you go. A lot of farmland there. Yep, yep. And so yeah, so it's so my brother-in-law that's helping out with the work here, he lives only 5 minutes from our lot, and so that's going to be really nice. Whoops, shut off, shut off, shut off. We're going to overshoot it. Shut it off. No, you didn't. All right, come on. My goodness gracious. Oh man, look at that. Perfect. Perfect. I love it. But yeah, so my brother-in-law, he only lives 5 minutes from the lot. The beach is only 7 minutes from our lot. And so yeah, it's pretty, the lot, we've already cleared it, I think once or twice. I think it's twice. My wife says it's once. But it is completely overgrown again. So yeah, so we're going to need to clear it again. But, that's just money, right? And so, come on, get closer. Come on, come on, come on. There we go. Make sure we're getting closer before I start this hack. Because if it fails because I go out of range, that's going to be really crappy. There it is. All right, excellent. Love it. All right, wideband. We got a bunch of them. Excellent. And more points. Love it. So let's do this. Let's go here. Let's scan this last one down. But yeah, so we're pretty excited. It was actually better than I was expecting, because I was expecting, I guess I was expecting the worst, plan for the worst, hope for the best type of thing. And it was actually better than we were expecting. So that was really good. The paperwork's right where we need it to be in order to get it in our name fairly quickly. The only problem is with the rezoning, that's kind of an unknown. And like I said, I don't know why they're doing it, but yeah, so looks like we need to stay at Villa Quintana Private Resort. Yeah, there's a couple of them there. Yeah, there's a couple of them there. Yeah, we drove down to the we drove down through the resorts and we went down and saw the beach, and it was very nice, very nice. And like I said, it was 7 minutes from us, and at least 3 or 4 minutes of that was on the roughest road I've ever been on. So it probably could be done faster if you walked it, because driving it was horrible. But yeah, but unfortunately, all the foreigners have started setting up resorts there. So there's only one little section of beach that's still available, or that's private or public. All the rest are considered private. You got to pay to get on, which is fine. You know, that's kind of the way it works. And so, but where are we at? Oh, it didn't give me another. It didn't give me another relic site. Oh, there it is. Relic site entered. Okay, yep, we're good. But yeah, so yeah, we're pretty excited, in a good spot. But yeah, there are a lot of Boss Wally car care. There you go. Yeah, there's a lot of that kind of stuff. So yeah, so yeah, but it was really nice. I did get some pictures. I apologize. I haven't uploaded those. So I will try to do that here in the next sometime today. But I did get some pictures of the beach. I didn't get any pictures of my lot, which is kind of strange. I guess I was just so excited that I was able to see it. Yeah, the wife has seen it before. She's actually been there before, so she had actually seen it prior to us buying it. I had not, so I kind of trusted her on it. It is a really nice lot, rectangular lot, about 1,170 square meters, which I don't know what that comes to in feet. I could probably figure it out, but 3. Let's go to a planet. And so yeah, but yeah, you guys definitely are all welcome. As we start to do the build, I'll be taking pictures of that. I'll actually probably be filming it and putting it on my YouTube channel. So that'll be out there. You guys have the YouTube link. It comes up in here. What are the cheapest filament BPCs? I don't know. I think they're all pretty cheap, to be honest. I just think they take 2 hours to build, is what Dark Slider was saying. So. mined the 700, so now I need to build something to progress. But correct. So what? I think they all build in like 2 hours. That's what Dark Slider was saying. I haven't built any yet, so I don't know for sure. But I didn't realize that I actually had any blueprints. So it was kind of nice that I had some blueprints. So yeah, I haven't built any yet to be able to tell you for sure. But Dark Slider was saying that they take 2 hours to build. The filaments take 2 hours to build. The others take a little bit less, but they're for different things. So thought there was a 15-minute one. So yeah, so the amplifier and the other one, those are 15-minute ones, but those are used for something different. They won't progress that bar. So the bar you need is you have to build the filament, and that is going to take you 2 hours. So, but I believe one run of the ore should be enough to build it, from what I was told. Like I said, I haven't tried yet, so I can't say for sure. So, yeah. Yes, it has to be a filament for you to progress the mining one. So, yes, the other ones, the amplifiers and the other ones, they only take 15 minutes, but they're actually used on the combat sites to get better loot and lower the difficulty. And so, but that's a different type of thing, and that won't progress the mining event chain. Only the filament will progress the mining event chain. So yes. And I haven't, yeah, I'm in that same boat. I mined a whole bunch of ore, and I haven't built anything with it. So yeah, so that's where I'm kind of at, is I need to find a industry one here in Ufine, which I don't think there is one, and see if I can build some of the filaments. At least get them started. So. But yeah, it seems like they're automatically implementing a 2-hour slowdown to the mining process, which is kind of crappy. So, but yeah, from the land perspective, so I think, like I said, we're in better shape than I was expecting. I was kind of expecting it to be a problem, and when he started the conversation, it seemed like it was a problem. Like I said, my wife and I were both concerned because he started kind of the whole history of the land, and I'm like, I really don't care about the history of the land. Is our title where it needs to be? And so I didn't say that, but I was thinking it, and my wife said she was thinking the same thing. But yeah, then he eventually got there, and so it was kind of nice. But yeah, so it sounds like we could have our title in a matter of a week or two, with the right amount of money, if it wasn't for the zoning. And so the zoning is kind of the thing now. So yeah, so we got to figure out what's going on with the zoning. Like I said, I don't really know why they rezoned it, because it wasn't necessary, but you know, it is what it is. So 4 million for one filament. Yeah, I have them, Jackson. You don't need to buy them. I got a bunch of them. You can have one of mine. Looks like they are setting up a major subdivision area by the waterfront. Yes. And so yeah, so that's what happened. That's what's happened, is all the foreigners have come in and bought the land by the waterfront and started setting up resorts. And so that's a big thing here. And so I think they said one was Japanese, several were Chinese, and there was actually one that was American. But yes, that's a big thing for them to set up by the waterfront, which is kind of frustrating because I don't know how they get away with that, because technically they're not allowed to own the property. So I don't know how they're getting away with that. So lots of streets, no houses. Yep. And that's kind of what happened with ours is he set up a whole development. We bought one lot in that development, the largest lot. And so yes, so he set up a whole development. The roads haven't been put in yet or any of the infrastructure, but it's all designed and approved, which is where I was worried because if the development's not approved, then you can't sell the lots in the development. So the development's already been approved, all that's taken care of, and so that was kind of nice. But it was kind of one of those of then all of a sudden they decided to rezone it, and I was like, why? And they were like, well, it just seemed like the right thing to do, and yeah, well, you could do that after you did our title. And so, and they were like, well, we didn't think it would take that long, and now they're kind of giving us the runaround and saying they don't know how long it's going to take. Could take 6 months. And so yeah, so it's one of those. It's kind of like, yeah, typical Filipino thing, where seemed like a good idea, and now it's kind of backfired. And so, but it really, I don't think it's going to affect us much anyway. So, but yeah, I'm not sure exactly how the foreigners get away with owning the properties for a business. So there's something I think with the business that gives them a different ownership stake. So money talks. You're absolutely right, Trent. And that's usually what happens. And so if you want to pay a little bit extra, you can get it done in a week, so but yeah, that was one of the ones. So when we went through, I had told her that I was not going to use any of the Filipino shortcuts, that we were going to do everything by the book, because I didn't want it to come back and bite me on the American side. Wow, Googie Mart has a 5-star rating. Yeah, most of them are Altamarts, which is I've never heard of an Altamart until I came here. But it was funny because she had her appointment at the American Embassy, and I think it was a week before her appointment. So her appointment was right before Holy Week, and the whole country closes down for Holy Week the week before Easter, and so her appointment was right before that, or no, her appointment was right after Holy Week. And so since they were closed the whole week before Holy Week, or the whole week of Holy Week, she needed some paperwork and she couldn't get. So they told her, hey, you're not going to be able to get it till after such and such. And that's a crumbling serpentis, so that's not one we want. So yeah, so it was one of those where it was kind of, so that's why I said to her, I said, okay, how much? And she's like, I don't understand. I said, how much for them to do it so that we don't miss your appointment? Because we can't afford to miss your appointment. We miss your appointment, we got to wait another 6 months. And so she asked him, and sure enough, I think for the equivalent of $10 US, yeah, for the equivalent of $10 US, I was able to get her paperwork in one day that they told us would take 3 weeks. And so best $10 I had ever spent. And so she was able to keep her appointment at the embassy, and the rest is history. Her appointment went flawless. She got her visa. I brought her over here, married her a couple days after she arrived, and we're all good. We need to go to the 3 Gigs restaurant and borrow their internet. There you go. They probably have Starlink, to be honest. It's funny because a lot of the businesses here seem to have gotten the Starlink, and that's why I can't get it. So, which is kind of frustrating. But I was telling them earlier, one of the vloggers that I watched just mentioned that he found Starlink. He was able to buy the Starlink in the mall and get the actual installation kit at the mall. And so we're looking into that now, because if I get the installation kit, it doesn't matter if it's overloaded or not, I can still get connected. And so, unfortunately, we don't have a mall near us. The closest mall is 2 hours away. But that would be a trip well worth it if I can get Starlink, because this internet's really driving me crazy. They cut out again this morning and for a minute or two, just enough to make the stream stop and start over, and and so far it's been pretty good. So, but yeah, it's kind of frustrating. So we can look at Bond's place. Google Maps has Street View where he is, so that's pretty good. Yeah, so if you guys are looking, we're actually in what's called Camellia Homes, San Juan. There's only one, and that's where our rental is. And I could probably even give you the coordinates. I have it on Google Maps. Though I don't know that I want to give away that much information. We may want to do that as a private group type thing. Not that I think any of you would come all the way over here to, to harass me, but Jackson might. But that would be welcome harassment. So, but yeah. But yes, I have the coordinates for our property, and I have the coordinates for the rental that we're in right now. So I have them both up on Google Maps. So took me a while to find them because the address does not equate here. Addresses don't work very well. In fact, my aunt, I go where the booty is. Yeah. But yeah, my aunt asked for my address, which I thought was strange because I was like, why would you want my address? I mean, nobody sends me anything, And she said, yeah, I want your address. And so I gave her the address that we have here, the address we have to use, which has a lot of redundancies. And so, Eisbearg, good to see you, buddy. And so she said, hey, that address has got a lot of redundancies. And I'm like, yeah, that's not a problem. I said, that's the way it has to be. If you want it to come to me, then that's what I need you to put. She was like, oh, okay, I got it. I'm like, I said, I wouldn't send it to you unless it was. And so I choose the boobs. There you go. Yeah. But yeah, it was kind of funny. She's like, there's a lot of redundancy in that address. And I'm like, yeah, there is. They have a McDonald's drive-through flags hanging on the power poles. Yep. It's funny. We don't have a grocery store. We don't have a Walmart equivalent, a regular store. But we have 3 fast food places and a pizza place, all within, a couple miles of me. So it's been pretty funny because it's like, okay, I can't get a pair of fingernail clippers, but I can get McDonald's if I need it. So yeah. So is what it is. Is what it is. Different culture. There it is. All right, there's another blueprint. Yeah, so I got a bunch of blueprints, Jackson. If you need one, just let me know. I'll contract one to you. Yeah, but yeah, we got a McDonald's. We got a Jollibee, which is kind of the Filipino equivalent of a McDonald's. And there's a KFC. Those are the 3 fast foods. And then we've got a pizza place, which I have not tried yet. But I'm very curious about what Filipino pizza looks like. So I'm not a big pizza fan from America, but it's probably something I'll need to try just because. Just because. Let's unlock you. So yeah, you guys won't starve over here. A few weeks ago, I thought I'd go to Burger King for Big King. Wow, the price for that big 10 euro, 10 euro for a bunch of, yeah, I don't know what chemicals in it. Yeah, there is a lot of chemicals in it. That is, yeah. Now that's the other thing is it's really cheap here compared to the American prices. Everything is really cheap here. And so it's weird because I guess it's more affordable. The other thing is I think it's actually better for you because they're not allowed to use all those different chemicals. And so like my wife, she bought me some like Fruit Loops. And of course they don't taste like Fruit Loops because they don't have any of the red dye number 5 or any of the other things that, that they're not allowed to use here. And so it's kind of interesting because it's like, and so I was like, yeah, I really don't like these. And I figured I wouldn't, but I had actually been avoiding the Fruit Loops in America because of the red dye number 5. And so it's like, okay, well, these don't have red dye number 5, but they taste like cardboard. So, But yeah, it's been kind of funny. She bought me some Frosted Flakes as well. So Fender looking good. Yep. So yeah, so the Kentucky Fried Chicken, honest to God, Kentucky Fried Chicken tastes just like it did in America. So it seems the recipe is universal. The one big difference is they don't have a whole lot of potatoes here. So the mashed potatoes were in these little tiny cups. Little tiny cups. Where is it? Little tiny cups. Little tiny cups. And so where, I always got a huge mashed potato. Like huge. They don't have a huge mashed potato. So that was kind of a letdown. But because I'm a big mashed potato fan. But yeah, it was funny because when they brought the mashed potatoes, my in-laws were like, hey, here's some mashed potatoes. I'm like, that's the mashed potatoes? And my wife was laughing. She's like, yeah, he's going to need more than that. He really likes mashed potatoes. But they were able to buy me some potatoes. So, which is my plan. I plan on growing potatoes. I think growing them in probably a container is how it's going to work. That probably is going to work out better because potatoes are kind of a cold weather type of thing. I guess I could have used one of those. Yep, there's another blueprint. So yeah, so let me know which blueprint you want, Jackson. I'll be happy to provide you some. So do we need to start a potato farm there? Yes. Yeah, that's one of the things that I can't get really well here is potatoes. And it's weird because they do have them, and it's the same with tomatoes. The tomatoes are really, really small. They don't have like, the beef eater tomatoes. In fact, they've never even heard of that. It's like, I guess they just don't grow that big because of the jungle. Which is kind of weird because there's not a lot of rain, so I guess that kind of makes sense. But it's funny. Potatoes are the same way. The potatoes are really small. And so, yep. And so that's what I'm thinking is that I'll probably grow them in like a barrel. And so with sand. My thought is if crap, what was his name? The guy that played in The Martian. Actor. Oh man, you guys are making me hungry for bedtime. Sorry about that. We didn't mean to do that. The guy that played, Millen, what's up, buddy? The guy that plays in The Martian. My thought is if he can grow, if he could grow potatoes on Mars, surely I can grow potatoes in the Philippines. So it's just a matter of making it happen. So I'll send you some Missouri farm dirt. There you go. A friend of mine once told me that what is the most expensive ingredient of a burger at Big Mac. So yeah, it's a single round of the tomato. Yep. Long time no see, Melon. Good to see you. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, I was really surprised. My sister-in-law, married to my brother-in-law, she she brought some tomatoes over, and they were teeny tiny. And I was like, and so she's like, my wife was like, yeah, that's what the tomatoes look like here. And so I'll just dream about an endless buffet. There you go. But yeah, the tomatoes are super small, like what we would call cherry tomatoes. That's their tomatoes. And so I was like, oh yeah, I'm definitely not having like a BLT or anything. Of course, they don't have bacon here either. They don't. They don't like to wait long enough for the bacon. Bacon has to be cured. Matt Damon. Thanks, Legomaniax. Matt Damon. If Matt Damon can grow potatoes on Mars, surely I can grow potatoes in the Philippines, right? I mean, that just goes without saying, right? Now, he was a botanist. His character was a botanist, but you guys understand the point. So yeah, so from that perspective, yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know why I can't remember his name. He's one of my favorite actors, and every single time that comes up, I've watched The Martian probably 15 times, and every single time that comes up, I can't remember his name. His character name is Chris Watley, and so you know, I definitely know the character name. So unfortunately, nobody else knows the character name, so I usually have to say the actor's name. But yeah, if Matt Damon can grow, if he can grow potatoes on Mars, surely I can grow them here. So yeah, Linus, yeah, and also the what were they called? The ones where they robbed the casinos. So how do you like them apples? So yeah, so Jackson, let me know which blueprint you want, and I'll send you some. Oh, I got another one. All right. So what's the next one? Exploration, cosmic signatures, three signatures. Azure has been to, Chero I've been to. I don't think I've been to Veront. Let's go to Veront. Let's go to Veront. You can make wine from it, yeah? From potatoes as well? Oh. I guess that's what they make vodka from, right? Is potatoes? Pokin. Pokin. What's Pokin? That was the other thing. So yeah, so we did get some apples. Apples. We are at apples, I thought. Okay. Yeah, they did give me some apples, but those are really small too. Everything's really small, except the coconuts and the mangoes. Coconuts and the mangoes are huge, but everything else is really small. Everything from America is really small. Everything I would expect from America. Of course, I think in America we've also done a lot of genetic engineering to try and make them bigger. So, Poukeen. Yeah, so I think you can make wine from apples too. Or apple cider, if nothing else. But sorry, I didn't realize we had moved. Jackson said apples, and so yes. I should have realized we had moved on. So, sorry about that. Poutine, that's it. That's how it's spelled. It is like moonshine here in the States. Potatoes in Ireland. Yep. And I thought Russia too. I thought in Russia they did potatoes, which is weird though, because you don't think of You don't think of Russia growing potatoes. No one ever puts Russia with potatoes, but they make a lot of vodka in Russia. Yeah, sorry for the next sentence. America is good to make idiots big, real big. They do that. They do that too. Present company included, myself. Not you guys, but myself. Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of weird because I think we've genetically engineered everything to make it bigger, and that's probably not better. It's probably actually made it worse. So when you start modifying things at the genetic level, then you're just asking for trouble. Well, what else is new? You are the proof that they can do better. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I got out while the getting was good, so too expensive in America. Too expensive, especially from a healthcare perspective. I mean, they've got the healthcare system so screwed up. That's just, ugh. That's an accident waiting to happen. Vodka is normally made from grain, as far as I know. Oh, I thought it was made from potatoes. That shows what I know. Stupid American. What was it they had? They had something the other day I was watching, and they were asking people where Mount Rushmore was and a couple other things, and it was like it was kind of funny because none of them could say where Mount Rushmore was, even though they lived in thing. It is over. So in Ireland they make it out of potatoes, but in Russia they make it out of grain. Okay, yeah, because the Russian vodka is kind of the premier vodka. I think that's the standard everybody goes by, or so I thought. The Grey Goose. I think that's Russian. I thought it was potatoes also. That's what I thought, but maybe not. A few weeks ago, I lost my health care. It was actually one call and I had a health insurance. Yep, that's pretty good. So at least that's good. Yeah. But you really can't survive in America without health insurance. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, because yeah, if you one bill and it would bankrupt you. It's ridiculous. And it shouldn't be that way. Really no reason for it to be that way. No. That's just because the drug companies are running things through the roof, and then of course the medical companies jumped on board, and yeah, it's just everybody's on the bandwagon and make money, make money, make money. We don't care about actually making you better. We care about making money off of your sickness. That is important. Everybody can be insured, and that is important. Yeah, that is important. Best vodka I ever had was Absolute vodka from Sweden, lime flavored. Yeah, see, I'm not a big lime fan. My wife's not a alcohol fan, but she loves lime. So I think I told you guys that story. That's a funny one. When she first got here, when she first got to America, Gordon Gecko, baby. Yep. When she first got to America, we went out to dinner with another couple, another American Filipino couple that she worked with. She worked with the Filipina, and the husband was kind of a piece of crap. He actually went to prison several years later for some problems, um, but yeah. Anyway, I digress. So while we were out, we went to a Mexican place, and so, the waitress came and she asked if we wanted any margaritas. Well, I'm not a margarita fan, but I said to my wife, I said, would you like to try a margarita? Now, she was probably, when she got to America, she might have been 95 pounds soaking wet. So she said, yeah, she'd try a margarita. And so her and the other young lady, they both got margaritas. And so she took like one sip of it, And then we were eating and stuff, and she leaned over and she said, I think you need to take me to the emergency room. And I said, why? What's wrong? And she's like, my fingers are tingling. I'm having trouble concentrating. I'm really not. And I said, well, you're drunk. And she said, no, I can't be. I only had one sip. I said, sweetheart, that's a margarita in a Mexican place. I mean, that's made with the top level, I mean, they're not screwing around here. And so after that, she never drank again. But yes, I did have to carry her home. But yes, she was like, you need to take me to the emergency room. I don't know what's going on. You're drunk. After one sip. Like I said, I think she might have weighed a buck, probably not even a buck. He was probably about 95 pounds when she got here. She's not 95 pounds now, but yeah, it was so funny. She's like, you need to take me to the emergency room. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not taking you to the emergency room because you're drunk. Not doing it. I told her, just don't drink anymore. You'll be fine. But she's funny. So on New Year's Eve, we always get, at least when we were in America, we'd always get the Welch's sparkling grape juice. And she would think she was drunk from drinking that. And I'm like, there's no alcohol in this, sweetheart. And she's like, oh man, I'm really feeling it. I'm like, no, you're not. But yeah, she's funny. But yeah, very lightweight. Very lightweight. What's up, Eisbearg? Good to see you again. Pink lemonade vodka. Wow. New Amsterdam vodka is pink lemonade and straight up tastes like pink lemonade. That'd be pretty good. I think that was the... Oh, excuse me. That was the most dangerous thing I ever drank was like kamikazes. Because man, they taste so good. And you don't realize you're getting drunk. And then you try to stand up to go to the bathroom and your legs don't work. And you're like, oh crap. After a whole pitcher of kamikazes. That's why they're called kamikazes. Alright, let's zoom this baby in. Yes, ma'am. You want to say hi?
Hi.
That's my wife saying hi. You got to see him on the camera. Come here.
Hello, everybody.
There you go. See? There you go.
So
that's my wife.
I'm swearing.
That's my wife. You guys, it's the first time you get to see her. She says, hello, hello.
Hello. Please continue supporting my husband. Okay. Have a nice evening.
They're all saying hello. milintarctrooper, thanks. Yeah, that's the first time I think she's ever been on stream. She's always afraid to be on stream. I don't know why. She brought the dog in. What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, babies. She brought the dog in. Does she do dishes today? Yeah, exactly. Yes, this is Abigail. This was my frustration for on the airplane, trying to make sure she made the weight and made the cut. And she did. She did very good. Very good. Well, she didn't go to the bathroom for 36 hours, so that was kind of scary, but yeah, space doggy, yep. Does he do the dishes today? Yes, I'm sure I will be doing the dishes today. Told her we weren't going to have a dishwasher because I would wash the dishes, but there's no hot water here. So everything's cold water. So it takes a little bit of getting used to. So lay down, lay down, lay down, lay down. But yes, so yeah, appreciate you guys saying hi to the wife. She's actually been very supportive of me streaming more, which I thought was kind of nice. Maybe it's because it just keeps me out of her hair. So, which is probably the biggest thing. I know a lot of people, a lot of my coworkers at the bank didn't want to retire because they didn't want to be home with their wives. And I don't have that problem, but maybe she has that problem where she doesn't want to be home with me. So get Tito's and Simply Pink lemonade ratio and sit out in a bowl for half a day, then rebottle and refrigerate. There you go. Wormhole. A lot of wormholes. When I'm looking for wormholes, I can't find wormholes. When I'm looking for relic sites, I find wormholes. So yeah, so I think that's the first time she's ever been on the stream. So appreciate that. My mom calls it giggle juice. It's on sale near you. Well, there you go. Sounds like it was meant to be. Sounds like it was meant to be. That sounds like a mining event type of thing, right? 18 bucks for a handle. All right. That sounds like a deal. That sounds like a deal. That sounds like a deal. Only 30%. Oh, yeah. Kind of weak. Yeah, well. It's all about the taste, not about the potency. You could always mix it with something else. No, I'm surprised. It's calling it absolute. It should be more powerful. That's why you mix your own. Yeah, there you go. Exactly what Kickin said. See? You already covered that. He already covered that. He already covered that. So yeah, I think that's the first time my wife has ever been on stream. It's completely not expecting her to do that. So I'd stay sober longer during the mining event. Yeah, that's true. That might be worth it. Not the freaking wormhole. 3 wormholes? Three wormholes. So yeah, we got a couple of relic sites. So it wasn't too bad today. It's getting a little better. I do need to make one of those filaments so I can get more of the mining. So yeah, exactly. Yeah, Kickin fell asleep the other day in the mining event, and luckily he didn't run out of fuel for quite a while. So it wasn't until he ran out of fuel that we were like, oh crap, you know, like we can't get a hold of him, but he's still giving the boost, so no problem. So all right, pulled in chasseros, we just did those. Sure. 2 singers variant we already did. Alice, I think I already did Alice. Yeah, I think so. Marion, let's do this one. And we'll just check out the ones on the way.
Drive active.
Do I hear? No, that's actually the drill. Sorry. No, the bread machine would make more sense. Yeah, no, that's the drill. Sorry. I was wondering if you guys were hearing that, so sorry about that. Yeah, he's putting up some drapes, so. Yeah, there's so many people here that make bread that we haven't had to really go with the bread machine thing, so That wasn't one we bought, so. milintarctrooper, good to see you. Who wants hardtack? There you go. There you go. There you go. All right, let's see. How many we got here? So we got one here, so let's go ahead and get this one. Just cover this guy. And I think the last one we had where it was just one in the system was a relic site, so maybe we'll get lucky. Nope, ads are on. Sorry about that. Got a few of you that are unsubscribed, so oh, it's a wormhole. It's a wormhole. All right, says I reconnected. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, once again, this is getting very frustrating. Weird. It says the client's running. The client is not running. All right, so everything, oh, no, actually is running now. All right, got my Twitch drop, switching to semi-lurking mode. No worries. Yeah, so that's the second time I've lost the internet, so sorry about that. Like I said, I think I'm overloading a node. That's the only thing that kind of makes sense. I've got to reconnect. Jackson's offline. Sorry, Jackson, shouldn't be announcing your business. Oh, yeah, actually, I knew this one was a wormhole, so I probably should have just moved on. There's really no need to scan it down since I already know what it is, so. And since I'm probably going to get disconnected again, I'm going to lose it anyway. Yeah, laptop was cooking my balls, yes. I have a cooler for when I had mine. And then I got a new laptop, and it was actually super cool, so I didn't need the cooler anymore. But the cooler actually elevated it up a little bit, so it was kind of nice. I actually bought an extra one because they were kind of hard to come by. And then when I got the new laptop, I didn't need it, so yeah. But yeah, you can get them, I think, for 20 bucks off of Amazon. And it sits underneath the laptop and kind of blows, you plug it in the USB port and it blows air on it to keep it cool, which is kind of nice. I would have sent you one of mine, but I think I've already brought him here, so. What are you doing, babies? Yep, go lay down, go lay down, go lay down, go lay down, go lay down. That's what laptop cooling pads are for. Yep. Yeah, like I said, this one's kind of nice because it actually put it at a slant and made it really nice. Made it really nice. But then I turned my work laptop in when I retired, so I don't have a laptop now. So just a desktop. Let's see what we got here. Ooh, 3 here. Oh, but see, these are the 3 I already did. Already been here. I'm sure they're not. So let's just go to the next one. Yeah, see, that's a problem. Every time I disconnect, it resets all the freaking signatures. Ah! Hate that.
Warp drive active.
Oh well, I can't do nothing about it until I get my Starlink. So And then knowing my luck, that's probably not going to fix it anyway, so. It was weird. They actually said they were calling for thunderstorms today. But like only a 30% chance, so it's kind of funny. I still haven't seen any rain, though. Like I said, when I woke up yesterday morning, it was like 75, which is the coolest it's been here because of the rain. But then, of course, the sun came up at 5:30, and it was, you know, in the 90s before 10 o'clock. So yeah, it wasn't really helping. All right, lots of signatures. So let's go ahead and get these signatures cleaned up. See if maybe we've got a relic in here. Maybe. 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 It's okay, Abigail. It's okay. Go lay down. Go lay down. Come on, go lay down. Lay down. Come on, go lay down. Go lay down. Lay down. Man, all over the place. Yeah. So yeah, laptop cooling pads, they also work too. Like I said, I always like the fan one. Like I said, it also elevated it up, so that was kind of nice. But yeah, I mentioned earlier, I don't think Kickin and them were here, but I should get my custom made desk tomorrow. Supposedly it's going to be ready tomorrow, so I'm super excited about that. I'll post some pictures in Discord if I end up getting it. It's going to be super heavy. I know the chair is super heavy, and the desk is like 4 times the size of the chair. So yeah, it's probably going to be, I don't know how we're going to get it upstairs, but we'll figure out something. May have to get a crane. But yeah, once it's in here, it probably ain't going anywhere, that's for sure. Not that I change stuff around that often anyway, so the wife's the one who always likes to move the house around, so I'm like, yeah, that's not happening. But yeah, it's super heavy. It's a super hard wood, but beautiful wood. So yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. Let's try this one. So yeah, super excited to get it because I'm working on this little tiny desk, which is why I'm so close to the camera. So sorry about that. And which I don't know, maybe you guys prefer me being closer to the camera. You see all my flaws. I always like to be a little further away so you guys get more of the ambiance, but not sure that always works. Let's try this one. But yeah, if we could just get these disconnects under control, that would be huge. Oop, that's a relic site. That's a relic site. Now the question is it a regular relic site or is it a sleeper relic site? Let's find out. Let's find out. Abigail hears them talking downstairs, so she can't stand to have anybody talking in the house, and she's not there to listen, even though, of course, she doesn't understand the native language. She still wants to be there. Kind of got to be involved.
Drive
All right, looks like I reconnected. Can you guys hear me? Sorry. This is getting old very fast. So maybe I'll have to take a trip to the mall today, this afternoon, to see. Thanks, Trent. Appreciate it. All right. Let's see if we can get these guys. Nobody's here. I love it. So yeah, another sleeper site. Which is kind of cool. Keep us in range. Keep us in range. Wow. That's interesting. What the heck? That one, I think I ended up having to hit every single one. So yeah, these disconnects are getting very old very quickly. So maybe I'll take a trip to the mall today just to see if I can find Starlink. Sure can't hurt. Sure can't hurt. So yeah, so we'll have to do something about these disconnects because they're getting old quick. Getting old quick. Getting old quick. right. How many foreigners do you see there? Actually, I haven't seen any foreigners here, to be perfectly honest. Now, I haven't been in the mall yet, so. But I have not seen any foreigners. And when you go to the mall, usually you see a lot of them. But still, it's a handful, so. But yeah, here in the province, I have not seen a single foreigner, which explains why I stand out so bad, because everybody's staring at me. And so I am a little lighter skinned than most of the population, so, and at least a foot taller, so it kind of makes sense. But yeah, when we were at our lot yesterday, everybody driving by was stopping because it seemed they had never seen an American. And so, which I was kind of surprised, because there are quite a few. We were talking earlier, the resorts are all owned by foreigners, and so from that perspective, they seem like they're keeping them going. I need to lock it. And so yeah, so that was kind of interesting, but yeah, they definitely were acting like they had never seen a foreigner before. Which was funny. Here we go. All right. So let's go back to this. Actually, let's get out of here. I think we've got one more to scan now. Sorry, they're doing the drilling again, if you guys can hear that. So, but yes, and even at the resorts, when we went to the beach yesterday, I saw the resorts, and like I said, my brother-in-law was telling me this one was owned by a Japanese, this one's owned by Chinese, this one's actually owned by an American. I never saw any of them. I just got the information from him, so. But yeah, it's kind of nice. Our lot is 7 minutes from the beach, so that's going to be really nice. And my brother-in-law lives only 5 minutes from us, so that'll be nice having him close. Come on. Exploration, cosmic signatures. Yeah. All of these. I've been to all of these. I don't think I've been to this one. Let's set destination to this guy. What that noise is. Oh, I actually scanned some stuff down, so I got another one that I can claim. Cool. Oh, cool. Yeah, so they're putting up drapes today. So unfortunately, everything here is concrete. So have to drill into the concrete, which is kind of interesting. And then, of course, you have to patch it all before you leave, because they need to be back to normal. So yeah, so that's kind of funny. So. But yeah. When I went to Hawaii in early 2000s, it felt like another country, since so many people from all over the world. Yep. And that was a lot of fun. I always enjoyed that. You know, it made you feel like you were actually getting out and doing something, you know. But world traveler, even though you didn't leave the country, you know. I mean, technically, yeah, kind of felt like you did, so. And there's actually a lot of Filipinos in Hawaii, so They like the climate, so if they can afford to live there, I don't know how they afford to live there, but if they can afford to live there, that's where they live. So I don't know why I've only made it to Canada twice, Toronto and Vancouver. Yep, I was in Thunder Bay, Ontario, and did some dog sledding up there. Oh God, it's probably been a couple decades ago that I did that. But I've been to Canada multiple times. My wife actually has a couple brothers that live in Canada, and so been to Mexico several times. Um, been to Japan, Korea, China, Vietnam. Um, haven't been to Thailand yet. Thailand is one we're hoping to do since we live here now. Because in fact, it was funny. All the other ones we did while we were in America, and they were horribly expensive. Now from here, each one of the Asian countries is only like $100. What's up, Dracborne? Good to see you. But it was summer and it was 70 Fahrenheit. It was just perfect both times. Yep, that would be awesome. Yep, that would be awesome. So yeah, something to said for that. So that's true. But yeah,
Warp drive active.
Dracborne's one of my former co-workers. So how fares UMB, Dracborne? Still surviving? I'm sure there are. They're probably actually doing better. I bet you stock went up, so still standing. Stock probably went up since they got rid of me. So yeah, which is good because I think I have some stock in the 401k, so that'll work. So now I just need to save up so I can take a trip to the tropics during winter. There you go. Well, you're always welcome here, Dark Slider. Always welcome here. I'll always have a place for you to stay. So nothing to worry about there. But yes. Yeah, I'm still not sure. I'm still not sure how I feel about the whole never having another winter again. So, yeah, warp drive. Darn it, didn't get it in time. Didn't get it in time. So, Christmas on the beach has a certain appeal. So how's the weather treating you? Yes, it is super hot here, Dracborne. Yeah, it's been hot. So. Been a little bit getting used to it. So what's going on? Why are you not launching? Am I disconnecting? Oh, there it goes. That was weird. All right. So yeah, so the dog and I are adjusting. The wife's in hog heaven. She said she finally feels comfortable again. Though honestly, I think she's been downgraded a little bit, so she's been complaining a couple days that it was too hot. Like, you can't complain it's too hot, so you can always travel. Yeah. We thought about that. We worry with the dog. She's been through a lot, and so we kind of want to minimize that on her. But and she's not a very social. So my brother-in-law, he has 5 dogs. And he's never met a dog he didn't like, and so yeah, and Abigail is not the most social when it comes to other dogs, so we're kind of curious how that's going to work out. My sister-in-law that lives in Manila, she has one dog, a big dog, that Abigail's definitely afraid of, and so she met him last week when we arrived, and so yeah, so that's kind of interesting. So, but yeah, so she's not the most understanding when it comes to other dogs. It's kind of weird. She's definitely a single dog type of thing, which I guess is probably one of the reasons she survived Benedict's passing. She's done a lot better with Benedict's passing than we have. So, but she likes being the only dog. So. But my wife had actually adopted a couple dogs here that we were planning on taking in once we got here, and then once Abigail kind of started acting up, we haven't really followed through on that. So my brother-in-law is still holding them. So which is kind of good. He likes them, so we're supporting him, so at least it's not a bigger burden on him. But yeah, he's a dog lover, so that kind of works out. So, but yeah, it's been Abigail's definitely not a. She's kind of antisocial, so yeah, so we're trying to figure that out. So there's a relic site. Let's go for that first. See if we can pin that down. Yeah, so yeah, so that ought to be interesting. We'll have to see how that goes. As I would like to get another dog to replace Benedict. But we may wait till after we get the house built, because once we have the house built, we'll have our own fenced-in yard. We can kind of control the grass, because there's really no grass here. I think I mentioned this on one of the previous streams, but most people don't walk their dogs. They just let the dogs go in the house and then clean it up. And so, but that's not really my thing. And so I'm not huge on that. And so, and of course, Abigail's been trained to not go in the house. So trying to retrain her that it's okay now is probably not going to work. Took us forever to get her trained that, to not go in the house. So yeah, so that's kind of interesting. But yeah, the neighbors see me walking her outside, and they're all looking at me like I'm kind of crazy. Like, what are you doing walking the dog outside? Because all the neighbors have dogs, but I've never seen any of them take them outside. So yeah, it just seems like it's an accepted thing here to let the dog go to the bathroom inside the house, which is kind of strange. So, but when in Rome. So yeah, so we'll probably wait till after we get moved into our house and go from there to see how that goes. And another data site. Because I think that'll probably work out better, but we'll have to see how that goes. All right, that one's a wormhole, so let's try this one. And then maybe we'll do these data sites. They don't do anything for the event, but maybe at least give me something. Let's try this. Oh, there's a relic site. Well, if this relic site is a sleeper one, then we'll go ahead and do it first. And then maybe we'll pick up the data sites. I can always use some more data cores. Can always use some more data cores. All right. And it is a reckoning site, so let's go ahead and pick it up. To 0.
Warp drive active.
Let's see. See if somebody else has already got it. Relic site entered. Okay. So yeah, let me know if you're hearing that. You're hearing that drilling. I apologize. It's getting a little loud at times. So I can hear it over my noise canceling headphones, so I know it must be a little loud. So let's cruise in. Let's cruise in. Excellent. Stay close, stay close. Doesn't matter which way I go. Okay, where's she at? Way up here. There it is. Man, that took forever. Alright, gotta make sure you claim these rewards quickly so you don't lose them. Alright, let's cruise in here. It's okay, Abigail, lay down. No, go lay down. Go lay down. I know, I know, I know. You hear him down there talking. I know. Just go lay down. Abigail. Stop. Why'd it blow up? That's weird. Come on, man. Thank God. I was about run out. All right, let's get this last one. Man, I suck. 2 hours, 40 minutes late. I had actually posted it in all three of the Discords, hoping to wake you up. It's all right. You're all good. You're usually the first one here, so I appreciate it. Actually, I've disconnected like 3 or 4 times, so my internet's really acting up today. So you haven't really missed much. So haven't missed much. Let's try this. Alright. There it is. Yeah, we got lots of blueprints if you want, Jackson. There you go. All right, let's finish this off. Oh, we got two. So yeah, no worries, Jerry Can. You're all good. You're all good. Like I said, unfortunately, my internet's been super flaky today, so I've been disconnecting left and right. So, where'd that go? So one of them disappeared, and the other one's a wormhole. So, I don't really care about wormholes. We'll go ahead and scan it down just so I have it. Abigail, stop. Go lay down. Go lay down, babies. Looks like I'm going to have to take her outside, so she's definitely acting up. So go lay down. Yeah, go lay down. Come on. I gotcha. I gotcha. I gotcha. Yes, I gotcha. Let's see. That's at level 1. That's a level 3. Let's go with level 3. Stop, stop. Stop, stop, stop. Oh.
Warp drive active.
Stop, 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 stop. Let me put this online. Put online. Okay. Stop. Stop. I'm going to put you down on the floor. I'm going to put you on the floor. I'm going to put you on the floor. I'm going to put you on the floor. Stop, stop, stop. All right. I'm going to put you on the floor, okay? There you go. Yep. I love you. I love you. I love you. Yeah, so we'll do these data sites just because they're here. May as well. So. Oh, got another skin. Great Navy issue. There you go. That's a good skin. Alright. Oh, I guess I should lock them, huh? Alright. Trying every one. There we go. Nothing found. Man, it sucks. There it is. My goodness gracious. All right. Come on, reconnect. This internet's getting very old. My goodness gracious. I've gone about that any longer? Some more decryptors, that's good. Alright, let's go back here. Let's go to this one. Oh, somebody else got the other one. Cool. Alright. Art Gravy just went online, so. Exploration, Cosmic Signatures. Let's see, one, 2, 5. Let's check this one.
Warp drive active.
Oh, so yeah. Jerry, can catch you up. Meeting went well yesterday. Our paperwork is in the state to get it transferred into my wife's name, so that shouldn't take long. Unfortunately, they decided right before we decided to come back to the Philippines that they should rezone it from agricultural to residential for some unknown reason. And that nobody seems to know how long that's going to take, and they can't change anything else until that's done. So yeah, so kind of strange, but yeah, we're still in a much better shape than I was expecting us to be in, so that's good. I got to see the lot for the first time, which is really nice. It's only 7 minutes from the beach, 5 minutes from my brother-in-law, about 30 minutes from where I'm sitting right now. And so not too bad. So I'll be able to get over there on a fairly daily basis to keep an eye on things when the house is being built, and make sure things are progressing well and going in the direction we need them to go, which was the plan. That was why we were wanting to rent close. So that should work out. I have not gone fishing yet. So we did go to the beach yesterday. And so yeah, so that was nice. I did get some pictures. Did not post them on Discord. I apologize, but I will put them up on Discord today. But yeah, I got some pictures of the beach, so that'll be nice. But yeah, it was kind of funny because all the beachfront property has been bought up by foreigners to make resorts, and so there was only one public beach spot left. That's where we went, because any of the others you have to pay even to get in, and so it's usually not much, but it's still kind of a pain. And so yeah, so that's kind of weird. I got to figure out what the deal is there, because foreigners are not allowed to own land here, but somehow they can own resorts, I guess. So I don't know how that works, but one of them was actually an American. So the others were Japanese, Chinese, most of the Asian countries. And so yeah, that was kind of interesting. But yeah, it was great seeing I got to see the lot for the first time. I've never seen it before. And so that was kind of nice. I had bought it sight unseen. My wife had seen it, and so pretty much sight unseen. My wife was actually on the stream earlier. So that was kind of nice. She popped her head in, so that was a first for that. So that was kind of nice. I was really shocked because I didn't expect her to do that. She brought the dog up, and I guess the dog was getting in the way, and so she brought the dog up to sit with me, now she's being a pain to me. But yeah, she popped her head in and said thanks for all the support. So sorry you missed that one, because that was directed at you. You've been like my #1 viewer forever. So yeah, usually the first one in the stream every day when I stream, though. You just got to get used to the new time zone. So started about an hour early for Jackson. Jackson was actually on, so that worked. I think one of the first times he's made it since I started an hour early for him. Him and Blossom. Blossom never makes it. And so Blossom's actually taking care of some stuff on Discord, so she's around. I just don't think she's playing eveonline anymore, so yeah. Yeah, Papa Chillin'. I heard Papa Chillin' actually burned out on eveonline. So, oh, there's Jackson. So, yep. He's still around. Oh, there's a relic site. But yeah, so it's been a good day. Good day. Like I said, yesterday was a good day. For some reason yesterday, though, I was super exhausted. I don't know why. Oh, maybe it was because the first time really out in the sun. I don't know. But yeah, it was kind of weird.
Active.
So I took some naps yesterday, and then we ended up sleeping late last night. But yeah, it's all working out. The heat, I think the heat probably had something to do with it, but I've been here, so the wife and I were talking about it. So it seems like we've been here like a month and a half. And it turns out yesterday was actually we started our second week. Or excuse me. So today we started our third week. And so we've really only been here 2 full weeks. But it seems like it's been a lot longer. So we've got so much done that I think that's probably part of it. But yeah, she's kind of an overachiever. So some of our boxes got delivered. So the boxes we sent in January were delivered last week. One day when she was in Manila, they got delivered. And 10 boxes. So she's already unpacked all of those, which I was like, why? I would say keep them packed and we'll just move them, as boxes to the other place and then unpack them. But, that's another year and so she wants to use some of the stuff. So yeah, so she's unpacked them all already. So that was kind of interesting, because I wasn't planning on that. And like I said, my brother-in-law, they just been phenomenal. We couldn't have gotten half done that we've gotten done without him and his wife. They've been just fantastic getting stuff done for us. That's who's hanging the drapes. He hung the mirrors, hanging the power strips. Yeah, just helping us. He's been our driver. Because, yeah, the driving here is a little bit different than in America. There are no rules. What is that? No rules, just right. And so, yeah, there are really no rules around driving here. So it's everybody pretty much does what they want. And not quite sure how that's going to work out for myself, since I'm a big rule guy. So that could be a problem. But I'm anxious to start driving. The other thing is that the vehicles, most of the vehicles here are stick shifts. So I can drive a stick shift. My wife cannot. So that's kind of one of the other ones. But most of the vehicles here are not equipped for someone with my leg length. So most of the seats are not adjustable. Because all the Filipinos are right around 5'2", 5'3". So they don't bother adjusting the seats. So you usually have to get a special made car in order to, drive it. So I'm not sure I'm going to be able to drive either one of the ones that he has here, since they're Filipino cars. And so we'll have to give that a try. So are you Chewbacca in a taxi? Yes, that's exactly what it looks like. That's exactly what it looks like, milintarc. So milintarctrooper, appreciate it. But yes, that's exactly what it looks like. It's Chewbacca in a taxi. Yeah. Chewbacca in a mini, But yes. But yeah, I'm anxious to try and get some driving in just to see how that's going to work. There's a big intersection right by our place, right by this rental place, and there's no stop signs, there's no traffic lights. It's just everybody pretty does whatever they want to do. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not sure how that's going to work. So at least you are not in a suitcase carry. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, it's so little things like that. It's kind of weird. But out in the province, there's not as much traffic as in Manila. I'm not sure I could handle it in Manila. Manila, they'll have 4 lanes of traffic, but 6 lanes of cars. And it's like they don't even pay attention to the lanes on the road. It's like just drive wherever they want. That's another one out here in the province. If you need to pass, sometimes you pass on the shoulder, sometimes you pass on the other side, even if it's not a passing lane. It's kind of, you just pretty much do whatever you want. And I'm not sure how that's going to work out. So, yeah, it is. It is. Like I said, when I've compared it, I think they're like 50 years behind America in most things. So, the way they do contracts, the way they do legal things is kind of like 50 years behind us. The driving, like 50 years behind us. But then you get into like the cell phones and the electronics, and it's the exact opposite. They're like, in some cases, I think they're ahead of us. So I told a story day before yesterday. When my wife and I first got together, but when we were still just boyfriend and girlfriend, I didn't have a cell phone. I was still working off of a pager that was a company provided pager. And she called me at Christmas time. I was dating her and another girl at the same time. And she called me at Christmas time, both Filipinas. And she called me at Christmas time and pulled that, who's this? And of course I guessed the other girl because my wife comes from a very, very poor family. And I didn't think that she could afford to call me in America. And of course she had just added extra load to her cell phone, and she had a cell phone when I in America didn't have a cell phone. And so yeah, it was kind of a cultural shock thing, because she was pretty pissed at me since I guessed incorrectly. But yeah, it was funny because it was one of those where I logically tried to figure it out, and my logic was not taking into cultural differences. So yeah, it was pretty funny. But because the other young lady I was dating, who turned out to be crazy, was in Australia and was much more. It's weird. Didn't do nothing. Am I losing packets? No. Much more well off than my wife and her family were. So yeah. So it was kind of strange, but yeah, my wife at that time, she wasn't my wife yet, but she said that even the lowest trash man here has a cell phone, and I'm like, I'm in America and I don't have a cell phone, for Christ's sake, So, but yeah, so, and there's a lot of that kind of stuff here where their priorities are a lot different than what we do in America. So, which is just, I guess that's the way it is anywhere. It's all about priorities. So. But yeah, they don't have a priority of putting rules around driving. U.S., we overcharge for the same modules that are cheap elsewhere. Yep, and that's true too. Yep. But yeah, they've kind of gone that way with the technology stuff and not the other stuff, So like the internet, or the electric. So here, in America, the electric company makes sure the electric is clean because they don't want to be sued and they can charge you more and this, that, and the other. Where here, the electric fluctuates all over the place on the scale of, the 220 to 150, And so every device you buy or every appliance you buy has to come equipped with an inverter, which makes it cost a lot more. Because you have to have an inverter so that it doesn't get destroyed by the dirty electric. Or you pay for a transformer, which costs you a lot more. And then, of course, the electric company charges you a minimum, which I don't want to get into because we're going to do solar. And so, yeah, it's just one of those. So, but sorry, ads are on. I'll hold off until ads are over. Yeah, it is. It is. How to eyeball frequency by looking at the lights of the house. So yeah, our lights here fluctuate a lot. And so yeah, so it's been kind of interesting from that perspective because it's just different things, different priorities. So in America, I never heard of any dirty electricity. It's always every pole has a transformer on it. I've had my transformer that's on my pole blow up before, and then I didn't have electric until they replaced it. But very different that states I would have never known. Yep. And that's it. I think that's a lot of it is because we are so blessed in the United States that we don't realize how the rest of the world lives. And so kind of the internet situation, I mean, we take internet for granted. I mean, because we have it, and and it's easy to come by. And here, there's a lot of places that have no internet, and so yeah, which is why Starlink is kind of testing their stuff here. But yeah, it's pretty funny because it's like lots of them. There's just so many differences that. It's kind of interesting. But yeah, the driving is one of the big ones. Well, like another perfect example I talked about earlier. We have here in our, barangay, they call it, our town, we have no stores. We don't have anything like a Walmart or any kind of a, where you can get general stuff. I can't buy a pair of fingernail clippers, okay? Because they just don't have it. I got to travel 2 hours to get that. But I have 3 fast food restaurants and a pizza place and several coffee shops. And so it's like, okay, those are more conveniences that we would count in America that you would have close after you have the others. But it's that they count that as a priority. So that's why it's more important. And so, yeah, it's kind of, like I said, it's been very interesting of what what they count as priorities versus what we count as priorities. And so yeah.
Drive
So
active.
but yeah, they count fast food as a big priority. And so where in America the fast food always showed up after you had the Walmart. Because you were at the Walmart, so you figured, okay, well, since I'm at the Walmart, I might as well stop at the fast food when I'm on my way home and kill two birds with one stone, right? It wasn't the other way around. And so, but yes, we really have to plan ahead for what we need. Now, now that we've got just about everything we need, it's not a huge problem. But it was one of those, like, in the beginning, it was kind of like, how do we go about this, It's 2 hours for fingernail clippers. I don't want to drive 2 hours for fingernail clippers. That's kind of silly, But it was one of those where when you need them, So yes, we have a constant where we make a list so that anytime we are someplace where we can get stuff, we have a list. And I actually use a Samsung app, since we both have Samsung phones, that syncs between our two phones. And so that way, if she's there, she can see what the latest is on the app, and if I'm there, I can see the latest on the app. Because it's one of those, since it's, if you're in the area, don't waste the opportunity to pick stuff up, because you don't know when your next opportunity is going to be to get things like that. Groceries is a perfect example. We can get fresh meat, we can get fresh vegetables, we can get all that here, but we can't get regular stuff like milk, or we can get rice. But brown sugar is a bad example, because we just got brown sugar the other day. They don't use white sugar here. They only use brown sugar, which they call red sugar, which is funny. Because theirs is not dark brown like ours is. It has more of a reddish tint, but that's what they use in everything. So, what's up, Caviar? Good to see you today. Where I grew up, we didn't get a Walmart till the late 80s. Had plenty of places to eat, and even had 3 grocery stores. Yep. Yeah, see, that's like the thing here. There's not even any grocery stores, We can go to the wet market and we can get fresh meat and fresh vegetables. But if you want, tape, or, like I said, the fingernail clippers were the ones that I was using, because that was something that we needed. The fingernail clippers. Those are things you just can't get unless you travel, 2 hours to Lipa, which is the closest big city, Lipa, Batangas. And so it's kind of funny. So it's just a different philosophy. And so, but yeah, it's been interesting. So.
Warp drive active.
But I always enjoy that kind of stuff, kind of seeing how different people live. And so I believe everybody should come to some place like the Philippines, one of the third world countries, to see exactly how most of the rest of the world lives. Africa, things of that nature. Even in parts of India, it's, in America, we take so much for granted. Our convenience. We sit there and we complain about our convenience, about, it taking 5 minutes to get, stuff into fast food. It's like most of the rest of the world doesn't have that convenience. And so it's kind of funny. But that's kind of the arrogance of Americans. So we wonder why our children feel like they're entitled, and, it's pretty much because we've done a fantastic job of doing that on a world stage. That we're the entitled ones, and we're really not. So, but yeah, I think if you really see how the rest of the world lives, you would realize how truly blessed we are, and that goes a long way. Because that's actually it's been a huge thing for me. It's really turned my philosophy and my view on things around, because But the wife, I mean, she asked me at least 3 times a day, "Are you sure you're okay living here? Are you sure you're okay living here?" Like, yes, I'm fine living here. I don't have a problem living here. And so when we went and looked at the land yesterday, it started again because the land is even less convenient than where we are right now because we're really in the province. And I'm like, but that's kind of what I'm looking for. I want, I want to get off the grid. I want to, I said, as long as I have internet, I'm good. I don't need to, I don't need a whole lot of neighbors. I don't need to, I don't need that kind of stuff. I don't need to interact with people. I interact with you guys. And so I have that, but yeah, it's been funny because, she's like, yeah, that's a different philosophy for her. Where in America, we're always trying to get away from things. Where here in the Philippines, they want to be part of what's going on. So like in her case, she wants to be down in the weeds. She wants to be where the people are. And I'm the exact opposite. I'm like, I could live on a deserted island as long as I had internet, And I could live on a deserted island that, had fruit trees and everything else and build myself a nice little house and live the rest of my days. I don't need that interaction. I can get that interaction from the internet. So just a different philosophy. So I'd say I was a loner, but I hang out with you guys, so I don't think that makes me a loner because I still do have that kind of, need and connection. And so, but it's a different type of connection. So, but yeah, she's the exact opposite. Her perfect place to live is like, right in Manila, where there's people everywhere. Your neighbors are literally, arm's length away. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm definitely looking for some more space between me and my neighbors. Even if they're great neighbors, I still want that separation. And so, because yeah, in Kansas City we had some really good neighbors, we had some really bad neighbors. But it was one of those where, yeah, we didn't quite have enough room between us to really manage it, but it worked. And so, yeah, here I probably have less than I had in Kansas City. The neighbors were further away in Kansas City, but the neighbors here are pretty much mind their own business, Where my Kansas City neighbors, most of them were older, they did not do that at all. At all. That's weird. Yeah, they did not do that at all. So, in fact, I had one that was texting me, 2 weeks after we left. So, like I said, we've just now completed 2 weeks here in the Philippines. Started our 3rd week. And she was still texting me that the electric was not shut off in my place. And I'm like, and I had texted her back and said, of course the electric's not shut off in my place because someone else bought it and they turned the electric on. Duh. And she still didn't get it. So Gen X, millennials, and Gen Z keep to themselves. Yep. And that's kind of my thing. It's just like, I'm perfectly happy. So I don't know what's going on with this one. Why it's not scanning down. Let's try something else here. Let's see if we can. Those older than Gen X are always up in their business. Yeah, well, and that's what this one, yeah, she's in her 80s, the one that was texting me. But it's just like, come on, woman, And even after I explained it, I'm like, well, of course, the new people have turned on the electric. That's why it's on. They're going to be moving in. She was still like, no, your electric's not off. And I'm like, and I was like, I told her, I've already checked it with BPU. They've given me my final bill. It's not in my name. Everything's fine. Nope. I'm like, you are such a, yeah. But then I was like, thank God I don't live there anymore. Because, good God, she must have been up in our business even worse. Well, this is the same woman. We invited her to Thanksgiving a couple times because she didn't, she's alienated herself from her children. But then my tags are always due. In Kansas, they were always due. Yeah, sorry, wrong number. Who's this? Yeah. And so, new phone. Who's this? Yeah. But yeah, the my tags are always due in March, the end of March. And so March is usually rainy in Kansas City. So I never put the stickers on. I always paid for them at the beginning of March, but I never put the stickers on. April 1st, every year, she called the cops on me because I didn't have my stickers on. And the sheriff would come by, knock on my door, say, hey, we know you've already paid for your stickers. Would you please put them on your car so your neighbor will stop calling us? And I'm like, why don't you just tell her to mind her own damn business? And I'm like, and then when I finally figured out who it was, because she actually admitted to it, I was like, so we invited you to Thanksgiving because, you know, your children won't speak to you, and this is how you repay us by calling the cops on me? I mean, come on. But, you know, that's the way some of them think about it is, well, I'm doing you a favor. You're breaking the law, you know. No. All they really care about is that I paid for it. They really don't care if I ever put it on my car. All they care is that I paid for it. How can these all be two? Good God almighty. Thank you. That's how it can be two. I'll take that. You're killing me. There it is. Ah, so close. So close. I thought that was a law about calls like that. Yeah. I think everybody feels bad for her because she's old. But, you know, and her children don't speak to her because she's pretty much pissed them off to the point where, you know, they don't want anything to do with her. And I'm like, you know, I feel bad for you, but, you know, that you made that bed. Now you got to sleep in it. But, and, you know, I tried to be nice to her. I tried to help her out with certain things. But, yeah, then when I found out she's the one calling the cops on me, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I mean, talk about ungrateful. But yeah, it was like, oh well, what are you gonna do? All right. Gotcha. So let's get the next one. Unlock. Approach. But yeah, you know, what do you expect? You know. They should just tell her to mind her own business and it's their only concern if they get pulled over. Exactly. Exactly. And that's the point. Is, you know, but that was the thing because, you know, she's calling and so they're just like, well, would you just put your tags on? And we see that you've already paid for them. So would you go ahead and put them on your car so she'll stop calling us? Because she calls us like every day. Like, really? I mean, we had a guy in our neighborhood that had expired plates for, you know, like 5 years. And she was like, when I found out it was her, I was like, hey, how come you didn't call on him? She said, oh, I did. But because he parked in the driveway, you know, he had a driveway, they said they couldn't do anything about it. And I'm like, oh, that didn't stop you from, you know, sicking them on me. I mean, if you're persistent enough, it seems like they could do something. But yeah, I mean, he was actually a lawbreaker. You know, here I am. I've already paid for it. I just didn't put it on because I didn't want them falling off because it was, you know, it was wet. But yeah, I was like, some days, doesn't matter how well you try to treat people, and still, no good deed goes unpunished, right? But yeah, good God Almighty, I'm gonna fail this one. Yep. Damn it. There it is. Come on. Yes. Figured I was going to fail that one too. Alright, so let's approach this guy. Get. Unlock. Alright, but yeah, so yeah, annoying people. You park on the side of the road, wrong way, but you're out of the way. Ticket. Yep. Yep. Well, and that was the other thing, is that the sheriff was even bothered by it. He's like, hey, just put your stickers on so she'll stop bothering us. And I'm like, just tell her to shut the hell up. Like, well, technically, you didn't put your stickers on. Well, all that's required is that I pay for them. There's no requirement that I put them on unless I get stopped by the, you know, cops on the highway. I mean, here it is. I very rarely drive my car anyway, so it's just sitting in the parking lot. So, not hurting anything at all. And so, yeah, I'm like, I already paid for them. That's all you guys care about is that I'm paying my tax. So, but yeah, it was like, so they didn't even really want to tell her where to go. You. Thank you. There it is. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. So, yeah, so, but yeah, that was kind of where it was at. It was just like, D-Dog, what's up, buddy? Kamusta na. Mabuti. Mabuti. You aren't required to put it on till the first anyway. Well, yes, technically. And this was after the first, so she didn't call till the first. But yeah. But that was the thing. It was just kind of like, they just didn't want to deal with it, so they were kind of like, hey, can you just go ahead and take care of it? So I'm like, yeah, I'll take care of it. And sure enough, I put it on. Reconnect the probes. Please try again. I already pick up the probes? Maybe I already picked them up. Yeah, looks like I did already pick them up. All right. But yeah, so... Oh, you'll love that plus 5% mining laser booster. All right, cool, cool, cool. But yeah, so that was kind of the thing. It was just kind of ridiculous. So, but you know, that's kind of the way it works. folks and old people. I mean, to be honest, I enjoyed the neighborhood because we had zero crime. Because this woman was always looking out her window and nobody could get away with anything. So, so I really can't take the good without taking the bad, I guess. So, so it's kind of bad for me to complain that, she was calling the cops on me when I technically was a lawbreaker, but yeah, because we had zero crime because everybody knew, don't go there because you're going to get called within 5 minutes. We had a guy, so we lived in two places in the development. We lived out on a main street where I owned 2 units. I knocked the wall out between them and made it into one big unit. And I had 2 units in a fourplex that was on the main drive. And we had some horrible neighbors that were connected to us. And so when I got an opportunity on a whole building where it was just 2 units in the building, I went ahead and got it. So we were 8 years in the fourplex and then 8 years in the twoplex. I think 9 years in the twoplex. And so while we were there in the fourplex, my neighbor passed away. And he was a big guy, I think they came once and had to take him out, and it took 6 firemen to carry this guy out. He was like 400 pounds, okay? Never left the house, kind of, house, what do you call that? House, stuck in the house. And so anyway, yeah, once they had to take him, yeah, bro's a tank. Exactly. And so they had to take him out once and then he came back. Well, let's say 4 or 5 months later, they find him dead in the yard. Okay. It was snowing. So it was a snow day and he was face down and they found him dead in the yard. And so, it was kind of devastating because it was like, hey, I didn't really know him, never talked to the guy because he never left the house. I talked to his wife a couple times and his stepkids who were troublemakers. And they would set off fireworks right next to the house. Like, okay, that's not very smart, but okay. And so, but anyway, so when he died, the cops came and they knocked on my door. And I was like, yeah. And they said, well, we understand you work from home. And I said, yeah, I work from home 2 days. Back then, I worked from home 2 days a week. I said, yeah, I work from home 2 days a week. And they said, well, we're kind of concerned because your neighbor, he laid out here in the yard face down. So I guess he came outside for something. He never leaves the house. He slipped in the snow or the ice and he fell face down and he ended up like dying because he couldn't get up. And he said, he says, we get called every day, multiple times for everything going on in this neighborhood. But for some reason, that 4-hour period where your neighbor was laying in the yard, nobody called. So, was he well liked? Was he? And I said, honestly, I didn't know him. I never met him. I mean, he never left the house. I said, I lived right next door to him. I never talked to him, I said, I heard him yelling sometimes at the kids, and that kind of stuff. I said, I don't know how anybody could not dislike him because he didn't leave the house. He didn't have enough opportunity to make enemies. They were like, well, it really seems fishy because, we get called all the time for all kinds of stupid stuff, dog running around, somebody's shoes untied, crap like that. And during that period, we went back and checked the call log. We got 0 calls from this neighborhood for that period where he was laying in the yard. So we could have saved him had somebody called, and nobody did. So it's almost like they didn't on purpose. And I said, well, I'd like to help you. I said, but I have no idea, And so they're like, okay, well, thanks for your time, blah, blah, blah. And so, but yeah, it always made me wonder. I mean, maybe he did piss off somebody before I moved in, and they were like, yeah, screw that, we're letting him die. But honestly, I think it was probably the wife, to be honest. But yeah, because I don't know how he could lay in the yard. Our yards weren't very big. How he could lay in the yard. And they said to me, did you see him? And I'm like, no. I said, when I'm working. I'm not. I very rarely even get up to get lunch or anything else. And if I did, I mean, his house, I can't see from my windows, in front of his place. So I wouldn't have noticed anything anyway. And so I said, and I very rarely look out the window anyway. I said, but yeah, I said, I feel bad because I wish I had, But yeah, it was like, I guess he fell in the snow and then couldn't get up, and so eventually froze to death. And so, or suffocated because he was laying down and couldn't breathe. I don't know what it was, but yeah, it was real suspicious. And so I said, I understand what you're saying. I don't think I can help you because I didn't really know him. I don't know anything about it. I didn't see him. I didn't even really know he died until, I think the day before they stopped at my house, somebody told me he died, and he had died like a week or two earlier. And so, but yeah, it is a rough way to go. And that's what I said. I kind of feel bad that I didn't see him, because then I could have at least helped him, or at least got him the help he needed. But they were like, yeah, he says, people call here all day, every day for just the stupidest things. And here's one that legitimately would have been a reason for us to be here, and nobody called. And so it really looks suspicious. And so I was like, well, yeah. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I don't know enough about him or about the neighborhood, because I don't think at that point in time we had really lived there. I think we might have only been there 2 or 3 years at that point. And I said, yeah, we really don't know anybody. I said, we moved in the neighborhood because we know people on the other end of the neighborhood, some other Filipino-American couples. I said, but yeah, that's the only people we associate with. We really don't associate with anybody else. And so, and like I said, I lived next door to him and I never met him, The only time I actually saw him was the one time the firemen carried him out. Because, yeah, he was a big guy. But yeah, it took 6 of them to carry him out, so. All right, let's jump to this one.
Warp drive active.
Gonna call it a night, getting sleepy here. All right, Dark Slider, appreciate it. I'm probably not gonna be on much longer. I'm gonna give it probably another 20, 25 minutes, so. I usually try to do 1:30, so. But yeah. I'll probably stretch it out to 1:30, but yep, I won't be streaming this weekend, but I'll be back your time Sunday night, my time Monday morning. So I'll be back on then. So we'll see you then. So have a great weekend. Yeah, one other time we were there. I was clearing off the car. And I noticed there was a car sitting across the street. Take care, Dark Slider. I noticed there was a car sitting across the street, and I didn't think anything of it. I just saw it was over there, and so I'm cleaning off the car because it had snowed. I'm cleaning off the car, and to drive the wife to work because the wife didn't drive in the snow. And so I get the car cleaned off, and I have her come out to get in the car. And as soon as she comes out to get in the car, these 2 guys get out of this car that's across the street. And as soon as they get out, I can tell they're detectives. I'm like, okay. And I told her, I said, get in the car. Don't say anything. Just get in the car and stay in the car. I'll take care of it. And so she goes ahead and gets in the car. And so they come over and they called me the name. They said, are you Mr. Such and Such? And it was the guy I bought the house from. And I said, no. I said, that's the guy I bought the house from. I said, last name is Bond. And they said, okay, and I said, you want to see an ID? And they're like, no, we don't need to see your ID. And I'm like, okay, well, then you obviously know who I am or that I'm not this guy. So why did you bother asking me? But it turned, they said, well, we're really not looking for him. We're looking for his daughter. And I'm like, oh. I said, so that's why you waited till my wife came out. I said, well, as you can see, she's Filipina. She's not Asian. I said she's Asian. She's not American. I said, so, but if you need to see her, I said, no, it's obvious she's not the one we're looking for. So, but do you know where they are? And I said, no, he sold me the house. And like I said, this is probably a couple years after we had been there. I said, he sold me the house a couple years ago, and I haven't talked to him since. I said, yeah. I said, I think we had some mail for him, and I took it up to the office. I said, so you could check up at the office and say, I said, okay, well, we'll check up there. But it was weird because they kind of flanked me. And that's what I told the wife. I said, get in the car, stay in the car. Because I'm like, yeah, I don't know, these guys are up to something, and I'm not sure why. But I'm like, yeah, they want to make sure I'm not going to run. And I'm like, well, first of all, I'm not going to run. I didn't do anything wrong. So, And second of all, why do you guys think I might run, you know? But yeah, but they didn't, and they didn't want my ID. And I was like, okay. And that's what I said, well, obviously, then you guys know I'm not the guy you're looking for. And they were like, well, we're not really looking for him. We're looking for his daughter. And I'm like, oh. I said, I did meet her once at the closing. I said, but, you know, I remember she had piercings all over her face. And I said, but yeah, I mean, that's the only time I met her. And they were like, well, you wouldn't happen to know where they are? And I'm like, no, I have no idea. I said, yeah. Bought the house from him. Like I said, we had some mail for him once, and I took it up to the office. I said, you could check up at the office, and they may have a forwarding address for him. But yeah, but they haven't been here for a couple of years at least. I was like, oh, okay, thanks. But I guess that was, what was it, last known address is what they call it. And so, but yeah, it was kind of one of those. But I thought it was funny because they flanked me, you know, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going anywhere, guys. I'm more than happy to answer your questions, but really no need for this drama. So you could have just got out of the car and asked me anyway. But yeah, they waited specifically until my wife came out of the house because they were looking for a woman. I'm like, I said, once they got close to the car, they were like, yeah, she's not the one we're looking for. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking because she's nowhere near even the size or shape or anything of his daughter that I remember from when I met her. But like, okay, and they were right across the street, so it's kind of one of those where I'm like, yeah, you guys should have been able to tell that from there. This was kind of unnecessary, but then again, you know, they got to do their job, they got to be safe. So, but yeah, it was kind of interesting because it was just like, well, as I told her, just stay quiet, don't offer any information. That's another funny one. So it's illegal. It's illegal to transport food, you know, back and forth from the Philippines to America and America to the Philippines. And so it was funny. My wife. So the first time we came to the Philippines together after we were married, she wanted to bring home some dried fish, which is I guess you call it a delicacy here. It stinks to high heaven, especially when you cook it. And so, but she had trouble getting it in America. We did finally find a place where you could get it in America, but she had trouble getting it in America, so she wanted to bring some home. And so I told her, I said, you know, if they find that, they're going to confiscate it because you can't take that. And she's like, it's fine. And so, I mean, she shrink wrapped it. She did all this stuff, and she had it sealed, you know, to where the dogs smelled our bags and the dogs didn't smell it. So, but we're going through customs in America, and the customs guy says, hey, do you guys have any fruits or vegetables or meats? And I said, no, sir, we don't. He says, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to her. And I went, oh, crap. Because my wife is the type that she will not lie, even to save her life. Okay? There's no excuse for lying. Not doing it. Not happening. And so without missing a beat, she said to the officer, no, sir, we do not. And I looked at her like, what? And so he said, okay, have a nice day. And so we walked through and I said to her, I said, you do realize that fish is meat, right? And she goes, oh, no, I don't. I better go back and tell him that we have fish. And I said, no, you will not. I said, you go back and tell him you have fish now. You just lied to a federal officer. That's a prison sentence. She's like, oh, I didn't mean to lie to him. I didn't know fish was meat. I was like, well, you got away with it. She never tried to smuggle anymore. Because after that, because she's, like I said, she's a very honest person. But I thought that was just hilarious because she lied to a customs official without realizing she was lying. Oh, I didn't know fish was meat. Yep, you got to be more specific when you talk to these Filipinos. This doesn't cover it. Got to be real specific. Same joke I heard about a vegetarian thinks fish were okay because they were in water. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah, I still laugh about that because she was like, and she said no. She said no, officer. We don't have any of that. And I mean, I honestly I don't know why he didn't search our bags because the shocked look on my face when I looked at her like was enough for him to know that she was lying. So, and then I thought to myself, like, well, that was stupid, because you just gave it away. But he's like, okay, have a nice day. And so, yeah, so she was, like I said, she was happy she had her dried fish, but not happy that she had lied to a customs official. But I said, I can't believe you lied to a customs official. Who was it? Chris Rock. He had a thing, a comedy thing that he did way back, I think in the '80s, where he talked about how not to get beat up by the police, and one of them was don't ride with a crazy woman. And I always think of my wife when I watch that because she the woman that they use as an example in Chris Rock's skit is this woman who says he's got weed. He gets stopped by the cops, and the woman's screaming from the passenger seat, he's got weed, he's got weed. And my wife, I got stopped by the police once, and they said, you know how fast you were going? I said, no, officer, I don't. And she said, he was doing 87, officer. And I looked at her like, and even he was a little taken aback, like, that's kind of strange. He was doing 87, officer. He got weed. He's got weed. I was like, you're not helping here. He was doing 87, officer. There's no need to volunteer information. I know you don't want to lie. He wasn't talking to you. There's no need to volunteer information. He was doing 87, officer. I think he gave me a warning because he was so shocked that she spit that out. I was like, so it actually worked out in my favor, but I was kind of like, so yeah, anytime I rode with her, then I had to drive slow because I was like, yeah, I can't have her tattling to the cops on me. He got weed. He's got weed. Like, come on. Seriously? But yeah. She said he was doing 87, officer. We got friends like that. Who needs enemies, right? Did you? No, I didn't have weed. Yeah, I didn't have weed. Yeah. But yeah, he said, yeah, that's what he said. You know how fast you were going? I said, no, officer, I don't, And he was doing 87, officer. Thanks for that, sweetheart. Thank you so much. That was very helpful. Not that you can ever argue with an officer anyway, right? I used to get a lot of tickets. I've got a very heavy foot. And I used to get a lot of tickets. And I had a lawyer on retainer that would take care of all my speeding tickets for me. It worked out great. I mean, he probably put his kids through college and, and I got my tickets taken care of. Never got any points on my license, just paid extra. And, I think the Policemen's Association, they had a field day because they would literally stop me 2 or 3 times a month, And one time they stopped me and I actually wasn't guilty. They gave me a ticket for speeding and I was tailgating somebody. And the guy wasn't going and I needed him to go faster. And so I was tailgating him. And obviously he knew the cop was there, so that's why he was going slow. I didn't, even though I should have, because they stopped me pretty much the same spot all the time. And And so it was funny because when they stopped me, they said, "Hey, we're stopping you for speeding." And I said, "I wasn't speeding, officer." And I said, "In fact, I was climbing up that guy's butt. I mean, because he wouldn't go, because he obviously knew you were there and I didn't." And he said, "Yeah, I could give you a ticket for tailgating him." And I said, "I'll accept that ticket because I was doing that. I wasn't speeding. It was impossible for me to be speeding because he was only going, 25." And so the guy gave me a ticket for speeding, and of course I got my lawyer and sent it to him, and he said, "All right, well, it's a normal. My fee's $100 and this, that, and the other, and I'll let you know what I get it knocked down to and blah blah blah." And I said, "No, you don't understand. I'm not guilty this time." And without missing a beat, he said, "No, I think you don't understand. It really doesn't matter whether you're guilty or not. I never asked you before if you were guilty." And I said, "Well, the fact that I had hired a lawyer to take care of it kind of implied I was guilty, doesn't it?" He said, "I never asked you if you were guilty before. I don't give a damn if you're guilty. It's the same cost whether you're guilty or not." So I thought that was kind of funny. Like, oh, well, here, I thought we were only taking care of it because I actually was guilty. And realized, you don't give a damn. I actually got a ticket right before we left. I think January, I got a ticket. I was headed to a lunch date with a buddy of mine and got stopped, and I was really speeding. And they gave me a court appearance, and so I called. I had a new lawyer now, but I called the new lawyer, and I hadn't gotten a ticket in over 3 years. And so I called him and said, "Hey, and he actually called me back and he said, 'Man, I thought you were dead.' I said, 'Well, sorry to disappoint you.' He's like, 'No, I haven't heard from you in so long. I usually hear from you pretty regular.'" And so I had prepaid legal, and so he would always complain because he didn't make enough money because the prepaid legal. He said, "I should have never did that damn prepaid legal." And so, yeah, so that's the other. So I was doing 87 and a 55, and so yeah, and then of course it turns out that last year Kansas gave us new tags. Well, it seems I somehow screwed up and put the tags for my wife's car on my car and the tags for her car on my car. And so yeah, so not only was I speeding, I had the wrong tags. It was a whole big fiasco. And so yeah, the guy was kind of like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to give you a warning on this one, buddy." And so, but yeah, I had a court appearance. And the court appearance was like February 28th, and we're leaving, April 5th. So I just called the lawyer and I said, "Hey, I just need this to be taken care of, and he's like, "All right, I'll take care of it." And so then, I ended up contacting him, I think in March, and I said, "So what happened?" He said, "Oh, well, I extended it." And I'm like, "Why would you extend it? I kind of want it taken care of." And he said, "Well, I figured we'd just take care of it after you leave because then I can tell him, hey, he's not in the country anymore, and blah, blah, blah." And I'm like, "Yeah, but I don't want to end up with a warrant for my arrest if I end up," because he said, "You're not coming back to the country." And I said, "I'm not planning on coming back." I said, "But, that doesn't mean I won't have to come back for some reason. And so I'd really rather not have a warrant for my arrest if I do have to come back, heaven forbid something happens with one of my family members or something like that." He's like, "Oh, okay, I misunderstood." So then he finally got it taken care of. And so, yeah, so it was a pretty hefty fine. But he got it taken care of. But it didn't get taken care of until after I was already here. But yeah, the wife hit the roof. It was like, and I'm like, nothing about the fact that I haven't gotten a single ticket in 3 years. All you care about is the one that I did get. I'm like, but I was like, oh well, what are you gonna do? But yeah, I was pretty pissed at him for not taking care of it like he had said he was going. He said, yeah, I'll take care of it. And then he didn't. But yeah, he did eventually get it taken care of, so that was good. But yeah, that one was kind of interesting. Because he's like, well, if you're leaving the country, do we even care about this? I said, well, I think we care about it from the perspective of I don't want to come back into the country because of an emergency and get arrested by customs because I have a warrant for my arrest because of a stupid speeding ticket. He goes, oh, that makes sense. I shouldn't be the one explaining it to you. But okay. But he was super excited because I had canceled my prepaid legal because I was getting ready to, I was getting ready to retire. So I had canceled my prepaid legal the year before in December because it was one of those once a year things. I had canceled my prepaid legal. So he's like, finally, you don't have that prepaid legal. So I'll get to charge you full price. Like, glad it's working out for you, buddy. And he did. He did. Yeah. That was honestly. I think I paid $8 a month, maybe $10 a month. It was awesome. Now it was awesome when I was getting tickets, 2-3 times a year. But I think like I said, it was 3 years since I had a ticket, and so it was kind of interesting because since I hadn't had a ticket in 3 years, I was just throwing money away. So, did it blow up? No. But yeah, it was a pretty good deal. Oh my goodness, it's right there. Well, that's awesome. What's the chance of that? What is that, like a level 0? But yeah, he was always pissed because I think he only got 30% with the prepaid legal, where he normally charged like 49% is what his cut was. And I'm like, good God, man. That's not legal. I mean, that's like payday loan crap, Well, that's what the going rate is now. Okie dokie. Same deal that I would tell my kids. If you can't pay the fine, then don't do the crime. I'm like, yep, I understand. Honestly, that was the reason I stopped getting tickets, because I got tired of having to deal with the wife. Oh my God. She was always on a tirade anytime I got a ticket. Like it was taken away from her shoe bag money, or her shoe bag money, or shoe bag fund. Like, yeah, it never takes away from any of your funds. So excellent. There it is. Go on. Man, talk about close. All right, let's go. So yeah, my oldest had to learn that with her driving. Yeah, my eldest has that problem too. I got called. I think I told this story on stream before, but I got called. My eldest called me one day and said, "Hey, Dad, there's a police officer here, and he wants me to put you on the phone." And I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, okay, go ahead. And so the guy, older police officer, he said, your daughter was excessively speeding. And I said, well, I'm sorry, officer. I'll have a talk with her. He said, no, that's not the issue. He said when I came up to the window, he said she put her wrist up on the steering wheel. And so that's what I always taught my kids was put your wrist up on the steering wheel. And so that way they know you don't have anything in your hands, that you're showing them respect. And she said, and I had planned to take her right to jail, but because she showed me respect in that way, I asked her who taught her to do that, and she told me that you did. And I said, well, yeah, officer, I did. I said, because you guys have a really hard job, and the last thing you need to do is worry about whether a routine traffic stop is going to end up in somebody getting killed. That's silly. And so he said, well, I just want to tell you how much I appreciate that, and that you're the only reason she's not going to jail today. I'm like, all right, officer, well, I appreciate that. Can you put her back on the line? Because I'm going to have a few more choice words for her. Next time you call me and tell me there's a police officer here that wants to talk to me, you better think that one through. At least it was a good reason. But yeah, I was like, holy cow. I said, how fast were you going? She said, I was going really fast, Dad. I'm like, we need to get that taken care of. She said, yeah. And I said, I really can't fault her for that. She comes by it honestly, because Lord knows I drive like a bat out of hell. So all right, cool. Last one. All right, cool. But yeah. Yes, she was doing over double the speed. That's why he said he was going to take her right to jail. And so, but then he said, when I walked up and I saw her do that, he said, I was like, okay, somebody taught her to do that. So that's what he said. She said she rolled down the window, and the first thing he said, who taught you to do that? And that's usually what happens to me. When they come up, I always do that. And when they come up, they say, are you a cop? And I say, no, I'm not, officer. And they said, only police officers do that. And I said, no, anybody who wants to show you respect and doesn't want to be shot today does this. I said, this is a routine traffic stop. Nobody needs to die here. I said, you got the gun. I want to show you respect every single day. If I don't respect the badge, at least respect the gun, right? And so, why the heck would a rifter would bother with an observatory that is occupied? That is a good question, Blue Gray. I was hacking a drifter observatory in my training clone when a Russian rifter showed up and wouldn't leave. Yeah. Yeah, Dracborne. And that's what I told her. I said, yeah, you need to get that taken care of, sweetheart, or that's going to get you in trouble later. So I had a moment like that. Cop caught me crossing a median through an intersection under an overpass doing 60 and a 30. So I do my hand similar driver's license, CCW in one hand, insurance in the other. Yeah, see, I don't even grab that stuff because I don't want them seeing me rooting around and stuff as they're walking up, because I know that sometimes causes them panic. I had a brother-in-law that was a state police officer, and he was like, the best thing you can do is to show them your hands as quickly as possible, so that they know you're not rooting around in there, you're not pulling a gun, you're not pulling a knife, you're not doing nothing. He said, and then when they get up to the window, they'll tell you what they want. And then you can do whatever because they're watching you. He said, but yeah, he said, just, I had full 4+ body implants. Oh, that hurts. But yeah, it was one of those. It was kind of like, eh. But yeah. He's like, yeah, the only reason she's not going to jail is because you taught her that. I'm like, well, thank God I taught her that. Thank God she listened, because she didn't listen to anything else I freaking said. I think I told him that too. I said, well, I'm kind of surprised she listened, officer, because she didn't listen to anything else I taught her. She actually called me. I think she was probably about 25, and it was one of those life moments, and so the listening was a surprising part, exactly. But yeah, she called me. I think she was like 25, and she said, Dad, all those things you told me are really true. You're really not full of crap. And I said, well, sweetheart, I've been waiting for this call for a very long time, so I really appreciate it. So, I said, I know you think I was just blowing smoke up your rear end, and you know, but I was honestly trying to help you, and so heaven forbid. Yeah, yeah. Well, like I said, I had my moments. Taking them through the divorce was probably not one of my best, but I tried to talk the ex out of it so that you know it wouldn't damage the kids. But she was all about her and how she could move on with her life, which is funny because she never actually moved on with her life. Now she's using my son as her surrogate husband, which is a whole different issue. So, but yeah, which unfortunately I've mentioned to her, and she's pretty much like, yeah, I don't care. I'm like, you know, that's a sad state of affair when a mom doesn't care about ruining her son's life. That's pretty damn crappy. But then she was a work of art. She really was. Oh my Lord. That was kind of one of the testimonies. The only reason we made it 13 years was because I didn't want to put my kids through a divorce. I was like, yeah, sorry. So, how old are all your kids? So my eldest is 32. She just turned 32 end of April. Actually, last week, actually. Her birthday was the 20th. And so just a couple days ago. I think today's the 25th, 26th, 25th. So yeah, she just turned 32, and my son is 27, and so 23 and 29. There you go. So yeah, about the same. Makes sense. We're about in the same grouping. So and then my granddaughter. So my daughter decided that high school wasn't hard enough, so she gave birth the first day of her senior year. So my granddaughter is 15. So you just turned 50. Okay, so I'm a little older than you. Yeah, because I'm 57. So I retired early. And I was able to accomplish that because I'm moving to a country where the cost of living is significantly less than America. So financially, I've got enough in my 401k to survive until Social Security kicks in, as long as they don't get rid of Social Security between now and then, which they might. If that's the case, then I might have to go back to work. But yeah, there's so many people at the bank that wait till 70 to retire, and then they're dead a couple years later. And I'm like, yeah, I can't do that. I want to enjoy my retirement years. So yeah, so. But yeah, it was funny. My dad was 25 when I was born, and I was 25 when my daughter was born. I'm the eldest of my father's children, and she's the eldest of mine. And so then, of course, she gave birth at 18. I think she was actually 17 when she gave birth. And so I was like, yeah, I told her, I said, you kind of ruined it. We had it going. We were doing good, you know, 25, 25, 25. She said, yeah, that wasn't my intention, Dad. And I'm like, yeah, I know it wasn't your intention, but that's how it worked.
Warp drive active.
So yeah. But yeah, it was one of those that the wife and I, current wife and I, we had a bucket list. And one of the things we needed to see was one of our grandchildren born before we moved, you know, to another country. And so my daughter checked that one off way early. Click. Good to go. So I was like, well, at least we got that covered. So yeah, so that wasn't quite what we were intending, but it worked. So check. But yeah, they grew up to be okay. Like I said, my son's not making the best decisions, but mostly that's because his mom has made him a deal that he's too naive to refuse. But yeah, I hope one day he'll wake up and smell the crap she's shoveling. But yeah, she's so afraid of growing old alone that she's kind of using him as her surrogate husband, which I told her that was completely unacceptable. She's such a awesome specimen of humanity that's not surprising. So I was gonna say there's something there. Here we go. I'm getting good at claiming these rewards, so that's good. I think the first one I didn't get the rewards until the very end. It screwed me all up, so. Alright, let's unlock you. Oh. But yeah, she was a unique one. So she was 8 years older than me, my first wife, and so yeah, she's counting on my Social Security because all she's really done is work part-time jobs. So she really hasn't worked a full-time job her entire life. And she was a stay-at-home mom when we were married, and so she's counting on my Social Security. But the problem is she can't get it until I file, and so I'm planning on dodging that bullet as long as I can. And so because I really don't want her to have it, and so, but because we were married over 10 years, she's entitled to half of my Social Security, which I think is a crock. And so, but she can't get it till I actually file. So that's at least good from that perspective. Yeah, we're in trouble. We're about to fail this one. Ooh, maybe not. Yes. And you pull that one out of my rear end. But yeah, so she's a work of art. Yeah, she needed a roof on her house. I think I talked about this before too, but she needed a roof on her house here too long ago, and entitled to your best 10 years. Yeah, exactly. And she needed a roof on her house here recently, and so she doesn't charge my son rent. So she just went into his bank account and paid for her roof out of his bank account. And I was like, "You did what?" And she's like, "Well, I don't charge him rent." And I said, "Then you need to figure out what rent should be and charge him rent. You don't just pay for your roof out of his bank account." I said, "Well, he's okay with it." I said, "He's okay with it because he doesn't know any better." I said, this woman. Of course, I tried to talk to my son, and he's like, "It's okay, Dad. You know, Mom needs help, and your mom doesn't need any help, son. Your mom's using you. Same way she used me." And you're her son. She should know better. How's that going? Numbers are going up. Why are the numbers going up? almighty. All right. Good God almighty. Where the hell is it? It's gotta be over here. This one. All right, cool. Thank God. I thought I was going to lose that one too. Yeah, she was... Ugh. Yeah, exactly. Well, and like I said, her having problems with me and the things she did to me, I don't have a problem with. I completely understand, you know. But doing it to my son, her son, that's completely unacceptable. And he's just not smart enough, not wise enough to see what's going on. And so I'm sure one day he will. And then he'll be like, you know, and it'll be the same as my daughter. You know, Dad, you were right. Yeah. But you know, by then it'll be too late, so. But yeah, he doesn't even know how much money he has because Mom's the only one who has access to his bank account. The place he doesn't have a driver's license, so he's 27, no driver's license, and Mom drives him everywhere. So you know, kind of controlling. And so, yeah, so I'm kind of like, okay, well, you should at least have a driver's license for your own peace of mind and freedom perspective. Like, yeah, it's not that big a deal. And I'm like, hell, it's not. Okay, why don't you let me use it? But yeah, so, and that was one of the things. So we gave him, he got my wife's car, but that was the deal. Was he had to have? How the hell is she the only one with access to account? Yeah, exactly. Well, he doesn't. He has it auto deposited. You know, he works the same place as Mom works because she drives him to work every day. Has it auto deposited, and he's like, yeah, I don't even know how much money's in there. And I'm like, well, if your mom has access, probably not much. So. He's like, oh, it's not like that, Dad. I'm like, she just confessed to me that she paid for the roof out of your bank account. Okay? We're not talking a couple $1,000s here. We're talking a roof. Okay? It's a pretty major outlay. And I'm like, he's like, yeah, well, it's okay. I live there too. And I'm like, yeah, but your name's not on it. Yeah, 50, exactly. And your name's not on the title. If you're paying for the roof, your name ought to be on the title, you know? And so, yeah, I want to say I was furious with him, but it's not the first time. There's been lots of incidents like this. And so it's like, and every time I talk to him, he's just kind of, it's okay, Dad. It's okay. I'm like, no, it's not. I'm like, it couldn't be further from okay, you know? But yeah, she made him a deal when he was 18. And if he never leaves her, she'd pay all his bills. And, you know, and take care of him and drive him wherever he wants to go and do all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, well, but I think she's paying his bills. Good night, Blue Gray. Have a good night. I'm only gonna be around for another, actually, we're about done. So, but yeah, I'll finish this story. Actually, I'll do this for Last Relic Site. And, so yeah, have a good night. And I'll see you Sunday night, your time, I think. Yeah, Sunday night your time is when I'll be streaming next. So, but yeah, so I told him, I'm like, and so yeah, it's just, and so I said, maybe at 18 I might have made the same deal. I don't know, probably not. But at 27, I would have definitely come to my senses by now, and especially seeing what she's doing. And he's just kind of like, yeah, it's not a big deal. And I'm like, yeah, it is. It's a very big deal. I thought I had her because I told her, I said, you do realize you're doing me a favor because, good help is hard to come by in the Philippines. And so, and when you die, which you're going to die, she used to smoke 3 packs of cigarettes a day. I said, you're going to die. I said, when you die, he's going to have 0 skills, and his only option is going to be to call Dad, and Dad to send him a plane ticket and ship him out to the Philippines and get him married off to a Filipina and straightened out just like that, And she got this thoughtful look on her face, and I thought, okay, I got her. She's gonna change her ways. And she said, I'll be dead. What do I care? And I'm like, so you don't care about ruining your son's life and making him not self-sufficient for your own gain? And she said, yep. And I went, God, I'm so glad we're divorced. Because I'm like, good God Almighty. Like, I can't even believe you would say that. I mean, this is your son. Like, yep, don't care. And I'm like, so yeah, so I figure I'll get him straightened out when and if she passed away. She actually did stop smoking. So, lights on, no one home. Exactly. Yeah. And she did stop smoking, which I was like, damn it. Because now she'll probably live a lot longer since she stopped smoking. She was smoking like 3 packs a day. I was like, well, she's not going to be around that much longer. Because she's already 8 years older than me. And so, but yeah. Unfortunately, since she stopped smoking, she's probably going to live a little longer. But yeah. But he's actually really close to getting his driver's license, finally. Because that was the deal. He didn't get the car unless he got his driver's license. And she finally, because I said, okay, well, I'm going to sell the car since he doesn't have his driver's license. And so she paid for a private company to teach him to drive. I think it cost, well, she probably paid it out of his account. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a couple $1,000. And so, yeah, so he's like really close to getting his driver's license. So we were like, okay, that's close enough, But my wife, current wife, is kind of like, I bet you they're probably going to just sell the car. Because my ex just bought a new car. I was thinking that she wanted the car for herself. But it turns out she bought a new car just a couple months ago. And so, but yeah, I agree too. It helps with the insurance. It helps with a whole bunch of stuff. But he really wasn't very confident in driving and all that stuff. And so my wife's car was a nice big SUV. I mean, because she's a little tiny thing. And so that made her feel a lot more confident. And so yeah, I think it's going to be a good car for him and all that. But like she said she wonders if they just sold it to pay off Mom's car. And I said, well, if they did, they did. There's not much we can do about it. But yeah, it was. But yeah, that's what I told her. I said, now we're going to sell the car because he doesn't have his driver's license. He's not even, I mean, I told him like 2 years in advance, like, hey, we want to give you this car, but he's like, okay. Yeah, it came down to like the last couple months, and she finally paid for driving school. But like you said, yeah, driving school was probably a no-brainer anyway, because yeah, he needed some help. But I think once he starts to have his own, kind of self-sufficientness, I think it's going to make a huge difference, which I think is why she didn't want it either. Because, once he starts driving, realize he doesn't have to ride with Mom. He can do his own thing, But Yeah, I haven't. I called and talked to my daughter for her birthday last week. I haven't talked to him yet. I texted him when we got here and let him know we got here safe, and I got my usual response. Okay. Thanks, son. So glad you were concerned about us. But
Warp drive active.
But yeah, that's the first thing out of everybody's mouth that says, "Hey, what about your kids? You're moving to another country. What about your kid?" Yeah, I'll probably talk to my kids more now that I'm outside the country than I did when I lived. He lived in Lone Jack. I lived in Kansas City. I mean, we were an hour away. Barely talked to him ever. If I called him, he was this all one-word answers. How's it going? Okay. What's new? Nothing. How's work? Great. Like, okay. Thanks for talking my ear off. Let me know if you need anything. All right.
Warp drive active.
My daughter, on the other hand, my daughter and I are a lot closer, so we talk a little bit more. But yeah, my wife wants me to call him and say, "Hey, what did you do with the car?" And I'm like, yeah, I don't know how I kind of breached that subject. Because first of all, I don't know if he'd tell me if he did sell it. But not that I care. But yeah, it's kind of funny. So anyway, let's see who we're going to raid. See who's left. See if a Narcos is still out there. He was on earlier, so probably not. Nope, he is still out there. Excellent. Well, a Narcos seems to be the guy. Since I'm part of the mothership team, we'll go ahead and raid him. So, but yeah, appreciate you guys being here. Track the VIN. Yeah, I could do that too. Yeah. I'm sure he probably hasn't even transferred it to his name yet, to be perfectly honest. So, because that was the other thing. I made sure to put it in his name. I put his name on the title because I didn't want her getting it. And so, because that's what she said. When she called me, she's like, "Hey, you need to give your son that car." And I said, "The deal was he gets his driver's license and he doesn't have his driver's license." I said, "I've been waiting 2 years. He doesn't have his driver's license, so I'm going to sell it." And she said, "Well, that's not fair." And I said, "I think it's more than fair."
Warp drive active.
And she said, "Well, I want the car." And I said, "Well, first of all, under no circumstances are you ever getting a car. Period. End of discussion. And my days of giving you stuff are long gone, baby." And so, but yeah, so that's why I made sure to put his name on the title, so that it had to be registered by him. And but yeah, I'd be willing to bet. And you're right. I probably should track the VIN. It's only like $10. I'd be willing to bet he probably hasn't even registered in his name yet.
Warp drive active.
Of course, it has only been 2 weeks too. Like I said, it feels like it's been months, but it's only been 2 weeks. So now we gave it to him probably 2 weeks before we left, so it probably has been a month. And then again, I think now you got to go to the actual DMV and you got to make an appointment. So I don't know that they can make an appointment with less than, I think it's always over a month. So,
Permission requested.
but yeah, should be interesting. But I'll give him a chance to tell me
Request
before I track it, or maybe I'll track it and then give him a chance to tell me what he did with it. So. But yeah, that's what my wife's idea is that they're going to sell it and then put the money to his mom's car to help pay it off. And I'm like, oh well, not a damn thing we can do about it. So, but yeah, it was to help him out. My car went to my daughter, her car went to my son, so it was to help my kids out, as before I left. And so, but I know mine, we ended up selling mine and sending the money to my daughter because the logistics of getting the car to her in New Mexico were too difficult for her. And, but yeah, she used the money to pay off some of her debt, so that was pretty cool. So that worked out pretty well. So, but anyway, thanks for watching, guys. Appreciate you guys being here. So She's in Las Vegas, New Mexico, which I didn't realize there was a Las Vegas, New Mexico. But funny, there's a train that goes through there. So when I was looking at possible ways to get her the car, I was going to drive it out and take the train back, and my wife and my daughter, both were against me doing that. It was a 10.5 hour drive, and back then I was doing a lot of stuff for this trip and wasn't really sleeping well, so they were afraid. So I lived in Albuquerque for 30 years while I was stationed there. Cool. Yeah, she's not too far from Albuquerque. That's what she always tells me. So I never made it out to see her before we left, which I was kind of upset with. But she's living with her fiance and his dad, who's terminally ill. So it wasn't really a good situation for me to visit anyway. And so the fiance actually, they were both here in Kansas City, and he went to New Mexico to take care of his dad when he became terminally ill. And they've been there a couple of years, and he's still hanging on. So kind of a bad situation there. But yeah, she really likes it in New Mexico. So that's good for her. She's kind of a go-getter, so she could do well no matter where she went. But Trent, no problem. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you guys. D-Dog, Bluegray's already gone. He said he was going to bed. So, yep. Jerry Can, thanks for being here. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for watching. You guys are awesome. I will be back Sunday night, your time, Monday morning, my time, to start the new week. And we'll get back at it. So, Dracborne, have a great one. Keep UMB going, buddy. I know I can count on you. So thanks for that. I need my bank account to stay open, so thanks for that. So, and yeah, and like I said, I'm going to turn you guys over to a Narcos. And we'll get that taken care of. But yeah, I'll see you guys. Have a great weekend, and I will see you guys Sunday night, your time, Monday morning, my time. Talk to you later. Thanks again.